Hello. What's up, Jason? Stooky. What's up, Cali girl? How we doing, y'alls? Good morning. I just woke up, if you can't tell. I just woke up. We had a late movie night last night in my Discord. If you guys haven't joined my Discord, you should. Be right back. Green or orange today, chat? We're going green? What's up, ribeye? Yeah, we watched Sinners last night. And then we watched Dune. The Dune in 2020. Everyone says green. That's what I got. Guys, I want y'all to hear this. Yeah. Yeah. We got to be a sub for the Discord. I'm part of the. Oh, no. You don't have to be a sub. Discord's for everybody, especially for African Kingdom. You knocked out? I was even up after Dune finished. The progressive left-wing socialist is by definition a racist and a fascist. James, come up here and teach me your ways. We are ready to learn. I want to hear about that. I need to learn. Make me as smart as you. Literally, please don't. Literally, please don't. What's up, Adriana? Oh, what are we missing in the news today? The MAGA coalition has turned on itself, and Donald Trump is caught in the middle. An article by The Atlantic. What's up, Doc? Glasses and shirt are giving pickle today. You know, what else can you do? What else can you do besides give what you got? We have tapered polls at the White House now. What does that mean? I saw that, Doc. I saw that. You're guessing. Nuh-uh. I saw that, Doc. That's literally I mean, they're just I mean, they are good at one thing and it's getting people unalived. Isn't Memphis like the murder capital of the United States? You should literally run from Tennessee as fast as you can anyway. Bring Bugs Jelly of the outfit of the day. Guys, outfit of the day is giving hashtag daddy shit. Do you guys want to see outfit of the day? You better be sitting down and have something to cover up your impregs with. Guys, I'm actually proud of this outfit. Y'all ready? We've got daddy shorts on, but they're a Kotsky. Oh yeah. We're showing off our legs today, and even better, we got the Akatsuki Crocs on. Yeah, yeah, I know. I told y'all you'd get pregnant looking at this. Bro, skip leg day, dude. My legs are thick AF. What you talking about? That sloth tat? Yeah, my sloth tat says "live slow, die whenever." Could have had those cookies last night, right? My tubes untied. The life just did just start, guys. Chat, tap the screen. Let's get to like 10K. Let's get some people in here. Chat, nobody told me until an hour after the fact that my live was still running after I got off. Sue Barney, miracles happen in this channel. Miracles happen. One v one me on Nuketown and split gay 2. You won't. 1v1 me in fucking Magic the Gathering. How about that? Cash me outside with Magic the Gathering with your best commander deck. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate and tell me how great ICE is, come jump in the box. I'm kidding, Michael. I do love Magic, but I don't have a commander deck. I do love Magic, though. How do you make the sticker that's on the screen? This sticker is something I found off of Google, and I added the text below it. To do this, you can do it on your phone by adding a sticker on the screen from your images, or if you stream from TikTok Studio, you just add it as a source. If anybody, Jonathan, if you need help with streaming, inbox me. I have no boxes. Hold on, girl. If anybody ever needs help with doing live stream, jump in my inbox and ask me your dirty little questions. I am, Matt. I am. Can't keep me down says I'm a man. Oh, you care about pronouns now? The heck? Hello?
Yo, hello.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Not really. I'm just here to hear your what you think. I would like to know your opinion about his policies that he's made so far.
I think he's made horrible policies that affect the economy negatively. I think that they've done things to tear down our institutions that made America great and made us stronger on the world. Uh, oh God, I just woke up on the world stage. I think he's made us weaker in every sense of the word with our allies, geopolitically. He's shrinking our economy. He's uh, stomping all over our constitutional amendments. Would you want me to expand on any of those?
Yeah, try to elaborate a little bit.
Which one?
Um, Let me think. Can you talk more about the economy?
Yeah. So we have forecasts from places like the Tax Foundation that show what things like tariffs do to our economy, and this is an example of the job loss. So for every job he claims to bring back, there will be many lost. So 570,000 is the predicted amount of jobs to be lost if he were to just simply do 25% tariffs on China. It's obviously going to be much more than that. Considering Republicans make one job for every 50 jobs Democrats do, it's going to take a lot of Republicans to make up these jobs. I simply think that if you think these tariffs are going to bring back jobs and not kill them, you haven't read enough.
No, I know. I know that these tariffs aren't gonna help out the economy, but I just wanted to know how like the tariff system kind of worked out. Like you kind of explained that a little bit more, so I understand now.
Yeah. All right. Well, I've got a debate in the box. If you're not too much of a Trump supporter, I'll get the next person. I appreciate you coming up, dude.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Hello.
Are you speaking to me, sir?
Yeah. Are you a Trump supporter?
Well, can you see the Trump flag and the red hat? Are you a
My bad.
professional commentator with your fancy microphone and big glasses like you're like Walter Cronkite or someone?
Yeah. What do you like about
Yeah.
Trump?
What do I like about Trump? I like that you don't like him, for one, and he's pissing off probably 74 million Americans because he stands for law and order. And when you said he was trampling on our constitutional rights,
Yeah.
what constitutional rights has he tramped on?
All right. I got a few for you. All right. You ready?
Okay, you go right ahead.
All right. Trump tried to change the 14th Amendment with an executive order. Do you know about that?
Yeah, I know about that.
So you know that this is happening?
Yeah, and I know that ICE is taking people that are illegal, not
No one's talking about
immigrants.
that right now. I'm talking about Trump
Well,
trying to change the founding document of our country with a piece of paper and a pen. The guy who paints his
I
face
don't-
orange?
and you wear funny glasses and a stupid hat. So does that
Well,
make you any better than him? Because
yes.
he's got a little orange on his face or something. I doubt it, and he likes McDonald's too.
All right. Well, I mean that's one example. He's also using the arm of the federal government and his position to threaten law firms with their ability to service their clients inside of federal buildings because he personally doesn't like them. And when somebody tried to sue him about that, he copy pasted that executive order to that law firm and so on and so forth. He's also doing things to like private universities such as
You
Harvard.
Democrats love to cry about everything, don't you?
You asked me how he's like stomping on our constitutional rights, and I'm telling you, and you obviously like to see us cry, right? So like whatever stomps on people's rights is what you like, I guess, per what you said.
You know what I like? I like that we're deporting all these illegal aliens.
So you can't really stay on topic.
Well, we're gonna change topics here. I like it, and I like that they're running over these protesters too. I
That's
like
violent.
that because yeah. That's what Trump supporters are. We're in a cult, remember?
I know. Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
So you
You know
you
as
you
well as
sound you
everyone
sound very
because
immature and very violent and radicalized.
yes, I am. Yeah.
All right.
Unfortunately for you, yes. So when it comes down to it, we'll see who survives, right?
I guess so, bub.
Yeah, I guess so. But I don't need a fancy microphone and go online every day and debate people because, oh, I don't like somebody.
Yeah, I don't like
There's a lot of
people
people.
who stomp on our
I,
rights. Yeah. You just roll over and take
yeah,
it, don't you?
well, I don't like people that cry like little girls and
I'm
little
smiling.
babies.
You see this
Yeah,
beautiful
I can
smile?
see you. I see you smiling through your tears every single day when I scroll by you. I listen for 5 minutes and I say, this guy right here thinks he's Walter Cronkite, but he's far from trying to even put any kind of factual information out
Did I
there.
say anything that's
So,
not a fact?
yeah, you did. You were
Did
making
you want
up,
to debate that?
yeah,
Well, why
please.
don't you tell me about
There's,
that
there,
instead of your emotions?
I'm not telling you about my emotions. I'm just telling you that you are a big crybaby. That's what I'm telling you,
I
and that's all
I'm
you do is
I'm up here
cry,
with a
cry,
I'm
cry.
up here with a smile, big guy, making you guys look silly. I love it.
You're not making me look silly.
I am.
I'm
You
retired,
you seem like a
okay?
child.
Well, yeah, maybe a 59-year-old retired child that put 25 years of service into his country. Yeah, but yeah, I'm
Yeah,
a
and you
child.
don't know what you defended. You swore to protect the Constitution, yet you don't know the goddamn thing about it, do you?
I didn't say I served. I said I am a 25-year veteran of my state, okay? That
What does
doesn't
that
mean
mean?
that means I worked for the state of New York for over 25 years. The worst
Working for
state
the
to
state
live
makes
in.
you a veteran?
Well, it makes me a retiree and a New York State pension more than you're going to get sitting here on your stupid little
Hey, I
handheld.
served 10 years in PUBG, all right? Lost a lot of good men
Oh,
out there.
oh, that's great. I'm sure you've swallowed a lot of them too.
Sure did.
Yeah, you sure did.
I get it. It's funny because you don't like gay people.
No, I am gay.
Are you?
Yes, I am, sir.
Congrats. I guess you could be gay and a
Well,
bigot.
I guess you can be a Democrat and brain dead too. So, I mean, it kind of goes both ways, right?
What are you, dude?
What am
Happy
I?
Pride. Happy Pride.
No, it's not pride. It's men's mental awareness month. Okay.
It's Pride.
See, I don't agree with a bunch of gay people marching down the street and their thongs and their little leather gears. Okay. They're 50, 60 years old showing off their
Why
asses to children.
why
I don't believe in that. My
you should be protesting,
sexuality, listen to me, shut your mouth for 1 minute. My
you should
sexuality has nothing to do with who I am.
okay,
Okay.
you should be protesting like your local pool or the beach because they do that all day every day when you're straight. It's okay, but when gay people do it, you're somehow bigoted towards it. That's weird.
No, I just don't think that you're on the same page as the rest of us here because you believe that everyone should just walk across our border. If you walked across Germany's border, how many years in prison will you get?
I don't know, but nobody thinks that.
No one thinks that. Of course not. What happens if you walk across the Mexican border? How long do you think you're going to stay in Mexico?
I don't know. Probably a while.
Look what the Biden administration did. He traded a basketball player for a Marine.
Someone,
That's
you guys are
still
all the
sitting
same.
in
Someone
there.
said this exact same thing yesterday. Did you guys just see something on social
Because you
media?
people are, oh, she's a basketball player. She had a little bit of marijuana on her, or she had a vape or something. Oh, let's bring her back because she's a person of color, and we're gonna vote
No,
for
because she's an
Kamala because
American. The fuck?
yeah, and so isn't the damn Marine that's sitting there for years. Who you think should have came out first? The man that served this country, or some fucking dyke that dribbled the ball down the goddamn?
All right, we don't do slurs. We don't do slurs, bub. He's definitely drunk. Sir, it's literally Wednesday. It's 3 p.m. in Texas. Chat, tap the screen. It's going to be a good day. Heavens to Betsy. Heavens to Betsy. He called himself a vet, but he worked for the state. What the fuck? Hello? Space Pirate?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I voted for Trump, yes.
Oh, what do you like about Trump?
You know, what's your stance about the gun policy? You know, I'm a big, for guns guy. You know, I believe everyone should own a gun. And I think, for me,
I think it's better than Trump's.
Not every gun, but his gun policy.
Yeah, do you think that we should take the guns first and do due process after?
I think we should, do something about the guns that, aren't registered, for sure.
That's not what he's talking about.
For sure. I mean, I'm for it.
You think we should take the guns first and then do due process after that?
Yeah, why not?
Sure you do.
You don't think so?
No.
The same thing could be said about immigration as well. I'm all for immigration. People getting their visas coming over. I fully agree about that.
I don't know what that has to do with this, but we in both instances I agree in due process, and in both instances you don't.
No, I said I do agree.
You agree that they should have due process?
Yeah.
That's good. Well, so my pew pew stance would be that we should have common sense gun law. We should have red flag laws. We should close the loophole, the strawman loophole, the private sale loophole. We should incentivize people to do safe storage, etc. I own pew pews. Most Democrats own pew pews. I don't know if this isn't as controversial as y'all think, but the second we try to do something productive in this sense, Republicans freak out. They propagandize their base and say, "Oh, it's a slippery slope. We're eventually just going to come after all of them." Yada yada yada. My dad calls me twice a week and tells me that something that someone is doing is eventually going to lead to the seizure of his pew pews. So.
Yeah, and I'm not like that at all. I think, right now I think that Trump, what he has, where if you do willingly go back home, he's given $1,000. I think that's a good way to do it, rather than just grabbing people and forcing them to. I mean, he's doing that, but he's given an option. Say, hey, if you come, and willingly, we'll give you $1,000. You go back home. And then you can come back here at least.
That's not helping anybody. Why don't we just say, hey, why don't you tell us who you are so we can do background check, and if you're a good person, we'll give you a pathway to citizenship. I don't see what the point is doing this like super expensive like mass exile of a certain type of person. That sounds weird. Plus, nobody would ever trust Trump ever in any sense of the word, so I don't see how that's going to work either.
Yeah, I mean, I think, doing something like that would be great, and then in turn, the people that have been, 20, 30 years, I feel like, they should be given an option to do something like that, and they still, while living here, could have started, the filings, to become a registered, American citizen.
Yeah, that would never happen.
Could have done.
That would never
something.
In the same way
Something
that you
to-
guys would never do this for pew-pews, you guys would never do this for migrants because you also get propagandized to think that they're coming here. We're trying to let them in to vote. They
I
will
mean,
turn back on that in
I'm
5 seconds.
I'm not included in that. Well, I think something that could be that I think it should be done. You know, um, and I think like it could be done easier. The whole processing. I do know a bunch of people that have like my best friend's from Guatemala. He came here, got his citizenship. Um, so people can do it, and I think people should do it. And I think especially now because of stuff with the Middle East, I think they're scared that people are here to harm America and do acts of terrorism. And I think that's something that they're trying to prevent, and I think that's why they're possibly doing the mass deportations. Everyone says the deportations was just people from Mexico. That's not the case.
No, no one thinks that. And second of all, this is a tale as old as time. I mean, tell me a presidential campaign that didn't involve talking about deportation in the last 40 years, and talking about scaring you guys with some sort of bad migrant scenario, when data shows that we haven't seen somebody illegally cross and come into the country and do domestic or do some sort of terrorism since like 1970. It's not a thing. So it's, I mean, for us to spend hundreds of billions of dollars and shrink our economy just because Big Orange Man says it could happen, I think it's silly. We have a lot of things like domestic terrorists to take care of before we even start thinking about that. And they wear red hats, they're not brown.
I'm pretty sure Biden said something in his term too about Taliban of them sending people here. So it's not just Trump.
Yeah, they came here legally.
Other presidents have said. Yeah, exactly.
Legal on. With L.
And I'm not illegally.
No, legally.
Well, and two, yeah, I mean, to your point.
The people who did 9/11 came here legally.
Right. So what I'm saying is too is like just because you are legal doesn't mean you're not going to do anything illegal. Even any American-born citizen could do something illegal. You know what I'm saying? And
that's what the data shows too. That Americans are like 3 times more likely to do something illegal or violent than a foreign-born person. Again, like we can go over this all day. Yeah, it does. Most of the things they run on is, I think, kind of just fear-mongering.
And I've heard a lot of people saying, "Oh, like people are illegal. Like there goes like cheap labor." I think that's wrong. I don't think they should make less because they're illegal.
They usually don't.
They put in. That's not true.
They
if they're illegal.
Do you think they make more than minimum wage?
I bet maybe some do.
I think literally 100% of them do.
But not all. That's not true.
Can you show me an instance and prove to me where that's not true?
Yeah, because I've known people who are illegal, and they do side work, and I've had them multiple times do work and then not get paid for it, and there's nothing to actually hold them accountable.
That's actually, I mean, I'll give you that. Trump did do that to a bunch of undocumented migrants from Poland when he built the Trump Tower. Didn't pay any of them. So that does happen.
Yeah, and I think that's wrong.
It's more likely that they're here making far more money than they would in their home country. And it's also very likely that they're working under an ITIN. And if they're doing contract labor, doing things in professions where they're overrepresented, like in construction or in farms, they are making far more than minimum wage. And my point would be that if you guys don't like if you don't like people making $7.25 an hour, you guys should help us and vote for the increase of minimum wage, like we've been pushing for since forever. But you guys vehemently won't do that.
But just because minimum wage is increased doesn't mean it's fair for everyone who's illegal, to make minimum wage.
The thing is, they're there's not like these huge industries where people who are undocumented, especially doing side work, um, that's not a wage thing, right? So like side work would be like a one-off here and there 1099 situation if you were a documented migrant, or ITIN situation, and you wouldn't really constitute that as a wage or an hourly position. But the instances where I have seen that, I used to own a construction company, and I would pay them far more, hundreds of dollars a day, sometimes thousands, and they make really good money in those instances. So I don't think this is like a big thing, and also uh, you guys are saying we don't like these people making such low wages. We should pluck them from their families and put them out to dry somewhere in another country. We should send them to an El Salvadorian prison for the rest of their lives because we don't like them making less than minimum wage. I don't believe y'all.
I mean, I think, I think it would help them too. I mean, not necessarily being deported, just like, like getting raided. I'm not for that at all. I'm not for that at all. I disagree with that. I do like Trump's plan of the $1,000 for being willing to go back and start the visa.
Nobody
process.
trusts Trump. That is so. Nobody thinks that he's going to hold good on his deal on that end, right? Like, people are trying to go to court and they're being arrested. Who in their right fucking mind would trust Trump in that scenario? The law already says you can't come back for 10 years if you get expelled from the country.
But if you willingly do it, have you heard of anyone going through that process and it not working? I mean, I haven't heard of anyone doing it though.
No, I don't think any. If you want to be sent to a prison in El Salvador for the rest of your life, you would turn yourself into the guy. Like, nobody's going to do that.
Just because if you willingly do it, you're not being arrested.
Says who?
There's one TikTok star that was just recently sent back to his home in Italy. I forgot his name, but he was sent back. And so, just because it doesn't mean you're going straight to jail or you're going to go to El Salvador.
Trump has literally taken 230,000 people who are here legally and reversed their legal status. So again, he doesn't think past his nose. He doesn't know how to play like long game. He thinks like second to second, moment to moment. He's profoundly stupid. So he doesn't know that he's fucking up the trust he has with anybody making a deal, like even with their allies. But that's another story. Nobody's going to trust that they should go do something that Trump is luring them into doing with $1,000. That is, I mean, that's why I'm telling you, it's just not going to work. Nobody would ever trust Trump to do that.
I would say it's better than doing nothing, like not giving up anything.
That's not true. It's way better to sit here for another week and probably make that $1,000 yourself and stay here with your family.
Yeah, and then, but like with that money that you would make here, and like, like I'm uninformed, I'll admit when I'm uninformed, I'm not sure like what the process is. If you start it, like if you are an illegal immigrant and then you do start the process, I don't know how that looks. I don't know if like you immediately have to go back. I'm not sure. I'm not informed in that sense. But possibly if you are working here, you would be able to possibly save money easier than you could if you were back home and you're in another country trying to make money and make ends meet. You know what I'm saying? Because they most likely are here because they can make a better living here.
Yeah, so the $1,000 doesn't mean anything. Like $1,000 once and then being poor for the foreseeable future is not worth it, if you ask me.
Yeah. Well, I really appreciate you debating, man, and taking time to talk with me. It was a really pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. All right, have a good day. Be safe driving.
All right, take care.
Chat, tap the screen. Let's get to 50K real quick. We're almost there. We have 1,000 viewers on TikTok. I love y'all so much. That makes my D-Wiggy. If you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box. If you're not a Trump supporter, get out of my box. Chat, also, this is my alt account. Give it a follow. I want to be in your box, guys. Stop it. I just have one point to make, guys. Don't hop on my box to say one thing. It kills the algorithm. It fucks up. It takes all the love from the algorithm away. Don't do it. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
I'm going in.
Oh, you did it! Oh, you like it? It's coming in your mouth. Oh, you like it? Oh.
Yes, take it all in. Take it all.
That was wonderful. Thank you. That was nice. Hello?
Yes, back,
You like it?
back,
It's
shit,
coming right
back.
inside your
Oh,
mouth.
so much cum, back.
Wow. I think I need an abortion.
Hey, how are you? How are you?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I just want to say I support Trump because he died for our sins. 1,400 years ago, Donald J. Trump came to the Holy Lands, and he said, "Hey, we're about to make this great again." You know what I mean? So that's essentially why I support Donald J. Trump. He came back 1,400 years later, and he said, "Hey, I'm about to, save your sins again." So that's why he got my vote. And he promised me that he'll build a wall to keep my ex-girlfriend out because she keeps on trying to get money for these kids and raise the price that I got to give her. But I won't let that happen. And Donald J. Trump says he has my back. So, he died for our sins. And that's why I support that man.
Hey, stay gooning, my friend. Thank you.
Why, thank you.
What are we going to do with these people, chat? Hello? Lucia?
Hey, baby. When are you ready? It's time for your anal! Oh, shit! Oh, no! Fuck! You're making a mess! Sorry. Oh,
Who's
fuck.
gonna clean this up?
What the fuck? Get the fuck out!
Do you have the wipes?
Golazo! No! Oh, shit, why are you...
Thank God I have these glasses on so you can't get it in my fucking eyes.
Oh, fuck! I can't.
Son of a mother's love. Heavens. How many accounts do they have? Hello?
I'm gonna shit in your booty. I'm gonna shit.
cow, dude. Hello? Hello? Holy Toledo chat.
Hello there, Pickles. How are you this afternoon?
Doing good. How are you?
Not so bad, my friend. Not so bad. Hey, thought I'd pick your brains on something for a change, if that's cool.
Okay.
Okay, so we know that my lot via Akrotiri base are sending jets to help defend Israel against drones and Iranian missiles. We know you guys are doing the same from your bases and a few of the aircraft carriers in the region. Now, big part of me is a bit annoyed about all of this because, like, why is it that we're so prepared to do that for Israel? And now this isn't me being anti-Israeli. I want to be clear on that. But we have failed to do exactly the same thing for Ukraine for the past, 3.5 years now.
Yeah, they're inconsistent and hypocrites. And if you ask them, they'll just say that Ukraine is a losing battle, or they're not NATO, or whatever. Yeah.
But Israel's not NATO, and also Ukraine put 10,000 of its own people at risk during the war on terror, right? And bear in mind that Ukraine only had a military of 42,000 at that point in history. Tiny. So they put a quarter of their military into an action that they were never asked to do, but they did it anyway because they thought it's the right thing. And I'm just really at this point now where I'm practically ripping my own hair out, just going, the hypocrisy is unfucking believable.
I agree. I have a few people in the box, Auntie. I love you.
No
Thank
worries.
you.
Thanks, Pickles.
Thank you.
Lots of love. Bye bye.
I love you. Goodbye. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
I was till about like 5 days ago, maybe, or whenever that was.
Oh shit. What changed?
Well, I'm Hispanic, so that.
And what happened?
I don't know if you saw that video of that dude in the town hall meeting talking about how they're like subcontracting bounty hunters. Feel like Trump was anti-government and he was going to make government smaller, and now it just feels like he's putting in more government.
Yeah, he's doing all of the big government things. No matter the only thing he's doing is shrinking the size of the government in ways that makes him more powerful, so he can do more overreach. And yeah, he's also said very damning things about people that probably share your phenotypes and have probably increased white nationalism and emboldened white nationalist domestic terrorist groups to do heinous things. So I again, like I mean, that one instance is like on the Richter scale, it's probably like a 1 out of 10, considering Trump's said that y'all are poisoning the blood of our country and y'all are vermin and y'all have bad genetics and that y'all are rapists and criminals.
Yep. So for midterms, I guess I just voted Democrat, and yep, about it.
Love to hear it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pablito. Love to hear it. Pobrecito. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, come hop in the box and tell me why you like Trump. Put your hand on the screen for a Lamar Jackson edit. There you go. Is Dark Pickles my evil twin? Yes. These people aren't loading. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. I'm going to pull up my YouTube chat. What's up, dude? Hello?
What up?
So are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm not a Trump supporter. Do I need to leave?
There's no one else in the box, so I'll give you a few seconds.
All right, cool. Well, what do you think about this Iran stuff? Have you covered that?
A little bit. Obviously, there's no coherent message or anything from this administration as to what we're doing or why we're doing it, and MAGA's falling apart because now they can look at Trump and call him a warmonger, and he said he was going to end all these wars and that these wars wouldn't happen under his control, and now he is for them. And we are trying our best to welcome our new friends who are former MAGA.
Do you think Trump is being cornered by the American public?
How so?
Just with the protests, and then now this Iranian thing, and then a fallout with Elon, and just his failure of the 100 days in office.
I mean, he's always been. I mean, we've always been against. Yeah, I don't know. I've got opposition in the box, Nikolai. I appreciate you coming up. I love you.
Bye.
All right, dude. I've tried to pull Xavier up like 100 times. He's not. It's not working. I had someone. God damn it! I lost my train of thought. What do you want, David?
I wanted to know, what did you want him to do about Iran?
It's not what I want him to do. It's what he did do, and that we're here in this position because of him. And the
Okay.
fact that you guys are now seeing it in a different light, it feels very, I don't know.
So, do you think
Vindicating.
he shouldn't do anything?
Do anything
You
about
think
what?
he
Do you think that they're on the verge of having weapons of mass destruction?
Yes.
Why do you think that
But
is?
Are you okay with that?
This is a tale as old as time. Have you seen the videos of like Netanyahu saying this since the 90s?
Are you willing to take that chance?
I mean, every single year. Sure. If you guys think that this is
think
real
that
this time, then go for it.
Okay. All right. Do you think that the intelligence agencies in Israel are not proficient in what they do?
I think that Netanyahu and his whole administration is corrupt, and it's real hard to trust them. Yeah.
Oh, well, what evidence do you have of that?
Well, the fact that he's been doing things such as this to stay in office using wartime law, just like every good authoritarian dictator, that kind of spells it out for me.
Let me ask you a final question. If Iran did develop it and could develop that and have it, would you think they'd use it?
I don't know. You know that Russia has those too, right? Are we bombing them?
Russia doesn't have the same philosophy as the Ayatollah Khomeini. They don't have the same thinking. So does Russia constantly say, I want to wipe Israel off the map? Death to Israel? Do they chant death to America?
Trisha, thank you so much for the $4. Nobody loves Iran. Iran sucks. Iran's horrible. Obama did this great thing. It's called the Iran nuclear deal. If you guys never would have elected dumb orange man into office, we would still have that in place. We would still be monitoring their levels of enriched uranium so that they wouldn't have a nuke. But Trump said, oh, let me watch this. I can make a much better deal. And I'm going to sanction them into the ground. And I'm going to remove them from the Iran nuclear deal. I'm just going to sanction them into non-existence. And it didn't happen. Nothing happened. And hey, look, now we're here. Now we have no idea. Read my note. Oh yeah, okay. Keeping my streak alive, silencing David. Better than my Duolingo. Thank you, Trisha. Hello.
I just want to shit in your mouth. Oh fuck! I just want to.
Guys, that put me at 33%. That was nice. Hello?
Hey man, I'm just so thankful. So thankful there's 71 million people that can think straight in our country and can vote straight so that you little whiny babies can sit there and cry about that you guys know don't have any clue about. So I'm just so thankful there's a lot more smarter people here in this country than there are imbeciles such as yourself.
I thought it was 75.
Oh, well, maybe 75. Yeah, that's fine.
You really proved your point there.
Oh, so you want the 71 to 75 really makes a difference in this conversation? See, you're an idiot. You're an idiot, just like all the other liberals.
You got me. Do you actually want to debate and illustrate this, or do you just want to grandstand?
No, like there's nothing to worry about here with Iran. There's nothing to worry when they're shouting death to America. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about that they have.
No one can fool you.
Arms. They won't let us inspect them.
No one can fool you.
They can fool you though. It's easy. It's easy. Whatever Biden says, you're on.
Hey, don't worry. No new wars under Trump, right?
He's preventing a war. Is what he's doing. He's preventing a war
by going to war.
Right now, what is Iran going to do? Iran's not going to be able to do anything. There's not going to be a war with that.
He literally allowed this to happen because of Trump. This is where we're here. This is why we're here, because of Trump.
Where are we at? We're
in a position where they might have enough enriched uranium to make nuclear warheads, and it's because Trump pulled us out of the Iran nuclear deal, right? So he's going to fix the problem he created.
It didn't have anything to do with the billions of dollars that Biden gave to him when he first got elected president. The billions of dollars.
The billions, huh? So are you going to tell me that the millions? It's 6 million, by the way, that was released from a South Korean. Excuse me. It was $6 million released from a bank from South Korea to Qatar, and then it was frozen again, and then it was frozen again. $0.
You need to do your research because it was done by billions and it was taken over by cargo planes over directly to them in cash.
Yeah, are they eating the dogs and the cats too?
That's not my problem. I don't care. All I know is they're not going to have a nuclear weapon to come after us at a future date.
Okay, so you're going to tell me Biden released billions of dollars to Iran, and if I Google this, something's good is going to come up?
Well, it should. I'm not having to use a computer like yourself, but...
It was, 6 billion, my bad, 6 billion, and it was frozen is Iranian funds.
Wait, hold on. Did you say billion? Hold on a second.
Okay.
Did you say billion?
Hold on. Wait, you got me. It's billion. But guess what? Guess what? It's $0. Okay? Just like I said.
6 billion. It was 16 billion.
It's 6 right here. And then it turned out to be $0. You see this?
No,
it turned out to be $0.
16 billion.
Excuse me. Take your hat off and let your brain breathe a little bit. Regarding reports of the Biden administration releasing billions of dollars in frozen Iranian funds, here's a summary of available information. $6 billion transfer as a part of a prisoner exchange in September 2023. The Biden administration issued a waiver allowing the transfer of $6 billion frozen in Iranian funds from South Korea to Qatar as part of the prisoner swap deal. The funds were owed to Iran.
A separate deal. That's a separate deal. You know, Biden gave him as much
The
money as he could.
The
How
administration.
much money did? Hey, just a question for you. How much money has
Let me
Trump
finish
given
this so we can
to
own
get
you
our
on this.
hostages out?
The administration stated that those funds would only be used for humanitarian purposes. Controversy surrounding the $6 billion. The following October 7th Hamas attack, supported by Iran, they refroze the $6 billion. They refroze it, Mr. Cowboy.
Yeah,
they refroze it.
You're so off on all your numbers and everything.
They refroze it.
For you.
The number is zero.
How much money has Trump paid to get hostages out since he's been president?
I don't know how much.
He's paid zero, nothing. They do it because they are going to listen to Trump when they don't care about the Democrats.
Is that why
all they do is talk and they do nothing? They all get kickbacks.
He put tariffs on every country in the world that we trade
How's
with,
that working?
so that he
How's
can.
That working? Didn't we get a
it's real bad.
We got a new deal with Europe yesterday, didn't we, or the day before?
Yeah. How'd that go? Tell me.
Yeah, we got a new deal.
Yeah, is it signed and sealed?
It will be.
Yeah.
You can't see in front of you, buddy. I mean, I'm just telling you, you Democrats are all the same. It's just you got the Trump brain syndrome. Anything that Trump does, you're never going to like. You're going to criticize every single thing he does. Out of all the things he's done, name one thing that you think is like
Operation Warp Speed.
What's that?
Operation Warp Speed.
And that's the only thing?
He did an animal cruelty act on accident once. That was nice too.
On accident?
Yeah, I'm sure he didn't come up with it. I'm sure somebody handed it to him and he signed it, and someone probably told him what it was and he didn't even care.
Well, you know what? They didn't even ask Biden what they were signing. They were just signing whatever they wanted. And Biden was clueless. He knew nothing about what was going on, and you guys didn't care.
I'm sure you can prove
Y'all
that.
had no care that he didn't even know his name. That couldn't even stay awake past 6 p.m.
I'm sure that's true. That's not even true.
It is true. He couldn't stay up after 6 p.m. unless it coked him up.
Trump golfs out of every 4 days.
You know, and he sleeps about 3 hours a day, so he has.
That's not even true. His people say that he wakes up and rolls out of bed at 1. You guys don't care. You say they have TDS.
You are so full. Okay, prove your reason. Give me receipts on that. Give me a receipt.
Yeah.
From not a CNN reporter.
Okay, I know how brainwashed you are.
Mm-hmm.
His hectic day-to-day schedule. With Prez revealing phase of going through his mind where he first wakes up.
Having trouble finding that, huh?
Yeah, it's a pretty niche topic, bud.
Having a hard time with that. He doesn't spend near as much time on the golf course as Biden did on the beach.
It's not true. And the golf course is
or in his basement, or in the basement that the Democrats put him in.
Trump spent over almost $200 million of taxpayer money at his own golf resorts.
Wait, hold on. What about his sleep habits? His sleep habits, he doesn't sleep more than 4 to 5 hours a night, just so you know. Nice. You can pull up. He doesn't roll out at 1 in the afternoon. Oh my gosh, that's not even been said even by CNN. Now you're just making crap up. CNN isn't even that bad.
He's self-proclaimed that he sleeps 4 to 5 hours a night. Probably been like this his whole life. He's just one of those people who requires a lot of sleep.
That's why you can see if you are, which you're probably not on Truth. He doesn't have like a crew that does his post for him. He does his own post.
Oh, we know.
He's up 1 or 2 o'clock at night, and then he's up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
We know. He's golfing.
He may be. He can. You know what? He's smart enough to where he can golf and solve world issues at the same time. Profoundly dumb.
Do magnets go poof underneath water? Should we nuke hurricanes? Does Puerto Rico have its own president? Were there airports in the Civil War or in the Revolutionary War? Does the late great Hannibal Lecter endorse him?
What are you reading off of, dude? I can see the reflection in your eyes. You're reading off of something.
I'm looking at the fucking articles that I'm researching per our conversation.
Okay, what articles? Where are they from?
Dude, I'm flipping through articles. None of them have said anything meaningful yet.
ABC News, The Guardian. Yeah, I see.
Do you know what Lugenpress is? Have you heard of that term? Do you know what Lugenpress means? Does it mean anything to you?
No, I have no idea.
So back in 1930s, 1940s Germany, Hitler coined this term. It's called Lugenpress. It meant the lying media. This is what Trump does. He has cast so much doubt on how much the media lies, and they're an enemy of the people. It's one of the tenets of fascism. And you guys are so hard pressed.
hold
You can't
on.
name one
That's not the
instance.
truth,
Can you
because
name
that's
one
all
instance?
the media has been doing is lying.
Can you name
That's
an
all they've been
instance?
doing. They have
Can you name
never
an
told the
instance?
truth about Biden.
Name
They've
an
never told the
instance.
truth about
Name an
Biden.
instance where
They don't-
CNN lied. Tell me.
where that Biden is completely what sharp and everything else
Yeah.
that they were trying to
Can
claim
you
that
tell
he
me?
did
Can you
through
tell me where?
foreign
Can you give me that article?
What do you? I need to look up on a computer like yourself. I'm
Yeah,
not
give me an
having to look
article
on a
where CNN
computer.
says that Biden's sharp as ever.
CNN claimed Biden is sharp. Yep, on February 11th, 2024, they claim that.
Yeah, what's the article called?
June 6th, 2024.
You're talking about this where it says allies say Biden is sharp. Special criticism is BS.
No, it has nothing to do with allies. It says they're talking about Biden's mental acuity.
Okay.
Acuity.
What's the article called?
Wall Street. It's under Wall Street Journals.
I thought we were talking about CNN.
It is. CNN's reporting on Wall Street Journal.
Biden's.
Let's see.
mental
Let's see. Here's one.
acuity.
Jack Taper details Joe Biden. This was after the fact, where he's trying to regain some kind of credibility.
Is this what you're talking about? I guess it is, and it's not saying what you say it is.
I am Googling different things, so I don't even know what you're looking at right now.
Yeah. Isn't Jake Tapper from CNN?
Yep. But that was after
Didn't he
the
just
fact,
come out
dude.
with a thing
That was
saying like a
after
whole
the
book
fact.
about
Yeah.
this?
He had zero credibility. Then he comes out with this book thinking that it's going to help him, and it didn't.
Nice. Remember when Fox News got sued for saying the election was stolen for like $760 million?
Do you remember when
Million? Yeah.
MSNBC got sued, and then currently several other lawsuits going on to where the mainstream media, they say the same things. If you watch several different mainstream shows, not only do they say the same story, they say it in the exact same words. They don't even try to make it look like they're doing their own independent journalism. They've got a word track that they all stick by. And you're okay with that. When I'm saying it's not okay, you can't listen to any of them.
I don't let
because none of them
anchors read me my news. I'm a
What's
man
that?
with a brain. I don't let anchors read me my news.
Well, that's what mainstream. You're sitting there talking about mainstream news. I'm talking about mainstream news.
You're talking about
saying
CNN
that's
as
where
a
you get it
whole.
from.
Where'd you read that, CNN? You guys let Jesse Waters tell you about the most insane shit and you don't blink an eye.
Yeah. It's really funny because you sit there and you keep knocking Fox, yet Fox, you can take Fox audience, and the reason why they have such a big audience is because it's one of the fairest. It's not completely fair.
No, they're most bombastic. That's why.
You
They're
can
not
take
fair.
that station, and then you can add up all your little stations: the CNN, MSNBC, ABC, NBC. You can add all those news together, their entire
Fox-
viewership, and it doesn't come close to Fox.
Okay, Fox literally in multiple lawsuits has argued that they're not a news station, they're an entertainment studio, and that anybody who would take them seriously, it's their own
Okay,
fault.
you're full of it there. Where's your receipt on that? Because
Okay.
you know that's not true. It's probably something you're gonna pull up from CNN.
Oh, there you go again, dude.
Yeah. You guys are like sheep. Y'all listen to every station says the exact same thing, and y'all believe it. Yeah. See, the problem is you make a lot of stuff up, and most other sheep, they just listen to you, and they're like, oh, he's probably right.
Dude, they literally have been sued, the
That's why-
biggest
that's why your
lawsuit in news
party-
history.
That's why your party's in such disarray right now, and that's why they're not even going to come close in
Tucker
November to get in
Carlson
the House
himself.
and the Senate.
Tucker Carlson successfully argues nobody really believes Tucker Carlson's reporting facts. Bloviating the
What?
audience is what he calls it.
I still haven't heard what you said. Just show me the
Okay.
reporting where
Libel
multiple
defense
times.
at odds, top GOP. Okay, here we go. Fox News libel defense at odds with top GOP. Eye-catching evidence. It's ironic that
Yeah.
Fox is relying on a landmark case designed to help the news media play the watchdog role in democracy is under attack by Governor DeSantis. I don't think this is what I'm looking for either.
I don't hear anything about entertainment purposes only and
Yeah.
not a news source. You don't have any of that in there because it's not true. It didn't come from Fox News. And I'm not saying Fox is
You're
the
saying they're the
fairest
most
available out
fair?
there.
They're insane. Website is
They're insane 'cause
stating
you don't
most
like what
personal
they have to
enjoyment and
say.
entertainment. Terms Fox News website has terms of use stating that their services are for personal enjoyment and entertainment, which some is interpret as a disclaimer. This is common legal disclaimer on many websites. The defamation lawsuits in cases
wait a
like the
second.
lawsuit against
Where are
Tucker
you reading that
Carlson.
from?
This is
Where are
the
you
AI
reading that
overview.
from?
I can get you the
Where are
link.
you reading that from?
Here you go. It's it's from a Wikipedia, and they can show their links too.
Hey, Wikipedia. That's where you get your news.
Dog, you get yours from Truth
It's not
Social.
surprising. It's not surprising.
The New Yorker.
Oh, okay. That's credible.
Why isn't it credible?
See, that's how sad your party.
Are you going to
and
tell
the
me why it's not
people
credible,
in
or are
your
you just
party are
fish
right
galloping?
now? It's very sad. You guys are so far off the mark, and then you continue doing what lost you the election last time, but you're downing on it, and we're going to see how that plays role in next November's elections and then 2028. It's going to be a long
news
time
and
before y'all
opinions.
have
Some argue
somebody
that
in
Fox News,
office.
particularly in its primetime opinion, shows blurs the lines between reporting and entertainment commentary. In many cases, a court found that some statements were made by newscasters holding themselves out to be sources of accurate information, implying that viewers could reasonably expect them to be truthful. Entertainment as a defense. The entertainment defense is unique to Fox News, and other networks have used similar arguments as legal cases, so they do use it.
Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Yes.
Hold on a second. If we're talking about a newscast, they have opinion shows on there just like they have newscast. There is a difference on
Is
that.
Jesse
So if they're
Waters
reporting the news?
Is Jesse Waters part of that?
No, he's not. He's not a journalist. He is not. He doesn't claim to be one. Just like The Five. If you watch The Five, which you probably don't, that is just entertainment purposes. But if you watch the news, let's say 10 o'clock news, I can't remember who the guy's name is, that's news, and that is fair and balanced whenever they're reporting the news. But there's opinion-based shows just like there are on every other channel, and you can take the opinions as far as you want, depending on how much you trust them. But I'm talking about news sources.
What about Tucker Carlson?
Is he with Fox? I'm sorry, I didn't know he
He's
was with
not
Fox.
anymore, but he was.
Is he? Did he leave on good terms or bad terms? I'm just
He
wondering.
got fired for saying he's tired of saying.
Okay, so what
You
he's
want
saying
to
is
know why
probably
he
true.
why he got fired?
What
Because
he's saying is probably true. Then.
So
is
what
I'm
you're
thinking.
saying, so what you're saying
Your
is they
analogy.
fired him because he was acknowledging, and in court documents they found that he was even saying, "I'm tired of saying this shit because I don't like it. I can't wait till we can stop talking about Trump." He got fired because all of these damning things he was being forced to talk about against his own will came out.
Oh, he was being forced to say anything on that show.
Oh, okay, that's why he got fired.
He didn't get forced to say anything on his shows.
He says,
didn't
"I
get
can't
forced to
wait
say
till we
anything.
stop. We don't have to talk about this fucking idiot talking about Trump."
You're talking about a disgruntled person that's no longer even with the channel.
Okay, again, acknowledge what I'm saying. You're saying that he wasn't forced to say anything, but yet he was talking about his personal emails and texts say this.
After he was fired?
No, this was during. This is different during Discovery. This is before he was fired.
Where's your receipt?
Oh my God. Okay.
Well, everything you're trying to pull receipts up, you haven't pulled one receipt up of anything.
Because
that you
keep derailing the conversation.
All right, I'll wait.
Private texts saying he loves Trump now, even though he says he hated him. And I think this line of texts were all grabbed completely illegitimately, in my opinion, in this court case, which I'm not allowed to talk about. But I'm enraged that my private texts were pulled. Fox News host said that the texts were pulled at the moment. He was saying he's texting his producers because some idiot on the Trump campaign had sent us some of these dead voters had voted, and and I'm sure you guys are still saying that shit. And I went and repeated on air.
Was that your term that you used a while ago about you keep derailing the conversation?
Are you gonna distract me again? We are very, very close to being able to ignore
my
Trump's
God,
most nights,
apparently.
and I truly can't wait. He texted to an unidentified person.
See,
I
another
hate
claim that
him
you made that
passionately,
you
and I
picked
can't
back
handle
up.
much more of this, he added.
You haven't proved one single point that you tried to make.
This is what I said.
Read it again.
Okay, I hate him passionately talking about Trump, even though he is
Yeah.
very pro-Trump. I can't handle much more of this. We are very, very
Okay.
close to not being able to ignore Trump most nights. I truly can't wait. Do you think he wants to talk positively about Trump on air?
Hold on. Wait, Mr. Derailment. Mr. Derailment. The what you were looking for receipts were for where Tucker Carlson was claiming that he was forced to say things that he did not want to say.
Yeah.
That's
So
what
do you think this is alluding to that?
And then you
Do you
pull
think
this up
Trump
and try
is
to say, "See, I
so
told you."
during
See,
this
I told you. Which
during
has zero to do with what we were talking about.
You're being obtuse right
Mr.
now. You're being
Derailment.
very obtuse.
Mr.
When he
Derailment.
says this, do you think he's saying this because he's being forced to talk about Trump in a good light right there?
Oh, so you have no receipts, is what you're saying.
You are so obtuse. This is literally proving my point.
It's not proving any of your
Yes,
points.
it is.
You're reading. No, you're reading from, first off, just like I said, you're reading from somebody that was fired from Fox News. You're reading something.
This is
he says,
before
it
he
still
was
doesn't
fired.
say what you're saying it says.
Before he was
It
fired.
still doesn't say a thing. It doesn't have anything to do with
This was
Fox
before
telling their
Dude,
newscast to say
It's
things
very
that they don't want to say.
That's
You
very
can't
it's
find
very
it.
convenient for you, Rowdy. This is the receipt I was talking about.
Read it again and tell me where it came from.
Holy fuck. No
Oh,
wonder
that
you
don't
need someone to
matter.
read
That
your
doesn't
news,
matter,
dude.
does it?
We are
That
very
doesn't
close
matter,
to
does
being
it?
to ignore Trump most nights. I truly can't wait. Do you think he wants to
Where
talk
did that
about
come
Trump?
from? Where did that come from?
From his text subpoenaed by courts.
Where's your news source on that? I can't see it.
Holy fuck, it's NBC. This is from a court document. This is from a court document. You can't deny.
I
They
don't
didn't
see
blatantly.
that. I don't see it on a court document.
Holy fuck. You want me to dig through a fucking multi-thousand page
No, you
court
don't need to
document
dig
and
through
find
because
it?
I can already tell you don't know you don't know what you're talking about 99% of the time.
Now you're just
until
poisoning
you
the
just-
well. You're just muddying the
and then two,
waters.
you just make
I'm
stuff
so
up.
sorry this is
You
happening
just
to
make
you.
stuff up.
I am so sorry this is happening to you.
Well, I'm not sorry because my president is president. He's going to be president till 2028, and then Vance is going to be taking over. You guys aren't even going to have a chance
I don't
because
even know
you
what you're
keep
talking about.
counting on the dumbest shit, and you just keep double downing, thinking things are going to change. You got the most idiotic representatives. AOC is about as dumb as they come.
AOC is brilliant. You guys got Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren
She's an
Boebert.
idiot. She is an idiot.
What's the dumbest thing she said?
She probably couldn't even go back to bartending.
I don't even know what you're talking about. You guys have Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert, both of which had to multiple. I think Lauren Boebert failed her GED multiple times. Marjorie Taylor Greene thinks that there's Jewish space lasers.
I'm talking about your leadership. Neither one of those are leadership
what I
for the
thought,
Republican
dude.
Party. It's not anybody. Either one of them is going to be running for president.
Okay.
There's idiots on both sides. There are idiots on both sides, but the leaders. I'm talking about the leaders. Who's your top leading candidate for presidency in 2028? Who is that?
Pete Buttigieg.
Oh my gosh! You mean the guy that was in charge of transportation that also was the one that was responsible for after that train derailed and so many people are getting sick and dying of cancer because he said it was safe? That guy?
He said it was safe because he said it was safe. Can you prove that?
Yeah, he said it was safe. Nothing to see here is what he said. Nothing to see here. Everything's going to be okay. Yet people are coming up with cancer left and right out there and dying. That's the guy you want running the country?
Yeah, he's a brilliant man. I don't know what you're talking about. You have to prove that.
He's the same guy that we gave billions and billions of dollars to put charging stations up all over the United States. And the last time that they counted, I think there was like 28 places you could get charged on your electric battery.
Yeah, there's going to be 30,000. It's a 10-year plan.
That's the guy you want as president?
Yeah, he's not personally in
Well, I'm
charge
sorry.
of the
I don't know
construction.
if I could say guy. I'd have to. That's loosely loose
Rowdy.
term right there.
Rowdy, there's more than 7 charging stations now. It's a 10-year plan. If you know how civil planning works.
Okay, for 4 years he got like how many? 6 stations. He got 6.
He's not in
stations
charge
4
of
years?
that. He's in charge.
He's overseeing it. Yes, he is.
Nobody's no.
He's in charge
He's not
of
sitting there with a
transportation. That's what
fuck.
he
He's
was.
not.
He's
I'm
not
sorry.
now
He's
'cause
not
he's been
sitting there with a
fired.
fucking
He's been
construction
fired.
hat on, telling
Yeah,
everybody
he's
where to
been
put
fired
a
'cause
charging
he's
station.
worthless. It's so funny. You know what? Maybe
You guys are
should
so
get Beto to be
easily
his
fooled.
VP.
You guys are so easily fooled.
Okay, that's why we won the election soundly, and Americans are still
1.7%.
soundly backing him. He has a higher approval
I
rating.
literally just had somebody
Biden's
tell me
ever
that.
had.
I literally just had somebody come up here and tell me they no longer support Trump as of like 5 days ago.
Oh, so that person, one person come up and said that to you, and now that means it's
You guys
true
are
for
having
all
an
Trump.
enormous falling out.
No, zero falling out. Show your receipts. You know, dude, you can
I
keep saying
actually-
all you want.
I
You can
actually
say all
have
you
this
want, and it's completely
Atlantic.
100% untrue.
I have this from the
You just
Atlantic
make crap
today.
up. You just
MAGA
make crap
coalition
up. You get
has
your
turned on itself. In fact,
It
there's
has-
like a huge mass exodus to like Nick Fuentes fans because you guys are just right
Oh
on the
my
edge of
God.
Nazism.
You know what? Keep dreaming, and we'll see you in 2026.
MAGA coalition has turned on itself. This is good. Since you
That's
guys,
good.
I actually had
CNN
RC.
reports.
Do you know this is dude? This is
CNN
Atlantic. This is
reports.
the Atlantic. You guys are literally programmed. CNN. CNN's literally a great news site. The MAGA movement usually displays remarkable unity in attacking the left, but Israel's military assault on Iran has splintered President Donald Trump's coalition as rivaled factions fight over the true meaning of an America First policy. Yeah, I thought Trump was going to focus on us first. Now he's sending billions to Israel, and your complete America First thing is so incoherent. You guys don't know how to defend it.
How do you say because we're helping out one of our allies that now they're more important than Americans?
Wait,
He's
America
never
first.
said that and never insinuated it.
Yeah, can you tell me how Trump's America First?
Well, he's bringing back more blue collar jobs than we've had in the United States and forever. And that's not me. Look it up, pull it up because it's in there. More blue collar jobs have been created under this term than ever since his last term. Biden lost that completely.
That's
more
not true.
factories are now coming to the United States. Steel factories are being built now in the United States.
Isn't Trump
the car
selling phones
manufacturers
right
are
now
coming back.
that are made in China? Trump phones?
What's that?
Isn't Trump selling cell
No, they're
phones
not.
right now
Trump
made
phones
in China?
are made in the United States. See, now you're
It
just flat out
says they're made in
lying.
the. It says that
No,
they're made in the United
US
States,
by
and they're
US.
not.
No. Okay, show me. Show me. You got your computer up there. Show me from the source.
Trump's $499 smartphone will likely be made in China. It says made in the
Okay,
USA.
what's the source?
This is
Okay, they're fair and
CNBC.
balanced. USA Today's fair and balanced.
Listen,
That's not
you
true,
have nothing
dude.
but Lugenpress coming out of your mouth.
No, Trump phones are made in the USA.
Yeah, which manufacturing plant makes those? As long as it says it on the
It doesn't
front, you
say
guys believe it.
manufacturing,
These are the same phones that have
at Newsweek.
16 gigabytes
Look-
of storage, is what it says
Maybe
instead
look
of
in
memory.
Newsweek. Newsweek will tell you that it's made in the United States.
Okay, there's no way the phone was designed from scratch. There's no way it's going to be assembled in the U.S. or completely manufactured in the U.S. Vice President of International Data Corp told
What source are
CSNBC.
you reading?
This is CNBC. Geronimo
Okay.
suggested that the phone would likely be produced by Chinese original
I'm
device
sure
manufacturer
CNBC.
or
And if you go to
ODM.
CNN, it'll probably say the exact word by word, the exact
You guys
same
are
thing.
so
Exactly
programmed.
my
It's
point.
so sad.
Exactly my point. Now
Despite-
I understand why they call you pickles.
Mhm. Despite being advertised as an American-made phone, it's likely that the device will be initially produced by
It's
Chinese
likely.
ODM.
CNN, because we're CNBC, and we're going to say that it's likely not going to be made in the United
Listen,
States. And so
I'm
now
sure-
every one of their followers,
I'm
such as
sure-
yourself, are going to write this down.
I'm sure
and
there's a
believe it
few
like
news
it's the
stations that
Bible.
side with you. It says whatever Trump says is gospel.
Hey, everything that the Democrats say is a lie. Everything that they say,
Yeah?
especially the last 4 years.
Hey, Rowdy, who pays the tariffs? Is it the exporting country or the importing country?
There is it's going to be affecting both in the beginning, but
No,
the
no. Who
long-term
pays it?
plan is both consumers of the United States and the country that's sending it over here.
No, who pay?
Both
Is
are.
it a tax on a foreign country, Rowdy?
It's okay. So they're going to give us a tariff of look at you poor.
Is
but
it
you
a
need
tax on
sucker,
a-
don't you? You need
Is it a tax on a
pacifier.
foreign country, Rowdy?
You need a pacifier.
Did you guys vote for that?
Get your pacifier. Come on, Pickles. Get your pacifier.
Is it a tax on a foreign country, Rowdy?
Yeah. Get your pacifier. Countries, do you realize that countries have tariffs on the United States where we didn't have tariffs
didn't
on
ask you
them?
that.
That's perfectly
I
okay.
didn't ask you that, Rowdy.
You didn't know that.
I did know that,
You
and
know that.
and you
So
guys
you were okay
believe that
with
these
that.
were
We're just making it a fair playing ground
Rowdy.
here.
I'm not asking you about the nature of tariffs and who has tariffs on us. I'm asking who pays it, because Trump, even as soon as like as recent as a few weeks ago, says that tariffs are paid by the foreign countries. That we're gonna have so much money,
Oh, no,
we're not gonna know
Trump
what to do
also
with.
said that we will feel the effect in the beginning, but then
I'm not
when the
asking you
countries
that.
feel
He lied about the
that's what he said.
tariffs.
Don't, you're lying.
His
Because
whole
he did
economic
say that the
policy was a
Americans will
lie,
feel
wasn't it?
that.
His whole economic
No,
policy
he
was a
said
lie.
Americans are going to feel it. You choose not to see the whole story. Just
Americans
like
are
most
gonna
liberal
feel it,
idiots,
but who
you
pays
don't
it?
watch. He does say Americans are going to feel it.
No, but who pays it?
The countries that's coming in is paying for it, that's sending it to us, but our prices are going to go up because of that. Yes, sir. Yeah, you don't know how that works. You have no idea. They're going to have to increase their prices to pay their tariffs, which causes us to have to pay more for our products in the short term, so that we can get a fair playing field long term.
Consumers here in the United States will be paying those tariffs. You and me.
They don't pay the whole tariffs. No, what they do is they stop
I'm saying
buying.
we are.
They stop buying. You know what? Guess what? They stop buying the products. And they start looking for better priced
As we've been
products,
reporting,
probably
President
made
Trump's
in the
new
United
10%
States.
tariff on Chinese goods is now in
Let's
effect.
hear what Trump says.
China's
All right, let's see if this is misleading.
US, placing
Let's see.
up to 15%
Which channel are we
tariffs
watching?
on select
What
American
channel are we
This is
watching?
just
Those
Trump.
go
This is a
into
video of
effect
Trump.
Monday.
You're gonna have to
No,
cope with
it's not
that.
Earlier
just
this week, the
Trump. What
president
channel are you
attempted to
watching?
implement 25% tariffs
is-
on
What
channel
Mexican
is
and
this? This is
Canadian
CBS.
imports.
Hard to
However,
see 'cause it's
they
so
agreed to
small.
pause these tariffs for the next month after leaders from both countries vowed to boost border security.
CBS.
For more, let's bring in CBS News
One of
confirmed
your
executive
mainstream
editor
We
Rena
know
Tarrant.
the media
Rena,
is your enemy.
President
And
Trump
she's
has made some
news. She's a
claims
credible
about the
news
history of
person.
tariffs and what they mean. Let's listen.
Yeah.
A tariff is a tax on a foreign country.
Is that true? If you
That's
put
true.
that on if you put that on and on test, if you were in an economy class in college, do you think you would get an A or an F?
You mean based on you paying just part of the story? You would get an F because
A
you can't even
tariff
give
is a tax on a foreign country. Would that be true or false? If you put that on an economic paper in college?
It is a tax on countries that are sending their stuff in.
Yeah?
Americans are. Yeah.
How does that
and
work?
then their prices. How does that work? They have to increase their prices to make money, or they lose money on the
That's not
product.
true. China does not have to change the price at all.
Yeah, they do, because now they're paying taxes on it. They're paying.
They are not
paying.
paying, dude.
They're
Oh
paying
my God,
tariffs.
Rowdy. Let me help you out. We're gonna learn today. Pickles is gonna help you out. All right.
Pickles needs help.
All right. So here's China.
Pickles, let me ask you this.
Shut your hot dog
city
hole
state are
real
you
quick.
located out of? Because I'm going to try to see if I can find you some mental help, because that Trump deranged syndrome
This is China.
really
This is China.
affecting.
This
Oh,
is
you're in
China.
China?
And this is them sending something over to the U.S. At what point in time does China receive a bill for these tariffs?
If China's not paying for it, why, when we had the tariffs as high as they were at the beginning, that they couldn't even, the ships wouldn't even leave the ports in China to come here to bring the product? Because they couldn't
nobody
sell
was
it.
ordering them, because they need a demand.
nobody can
Somebody
sell
stateside has to come buy it.
Yeah. And nobody's going to buy it when you got all those tariffs on it. That's the whole deal.
All right, Rowdy,
You need
somebody
to learn
paid
how
to kick
tariffs
you.
work.
I appreciate your service. Someone paid to kick you. Thank you so much. Shannon, thank you so much. And all right, for everybody else who was lied to by Trump, who doesn't know how tariff works, first of all, W Megan in the chat, MEAGEN. I want to see 1,000 W Megans. Cindy, thank you for the $10. Trump defended train regulations. He defunded train regulations before leaving first presidency. Yes, he did. He deregulated train regulations. I think specifically the braking systems. And Sarah, Miss Chandler Bing Bong, thank you for the $40. Rowdy on the DL, happy Pride. Love it. Guys, here's how tariffs work. When China sends something over to us, someone at a U.S. port, someone with a cowboy hat like Rowdy, receives a piece of paper and it says duties and tariffs. That person standing there on the U.S. soil has to pay that duty and tariff. In no way, shape, or form is China paying that money. Would it do anything for them to raise their prices? No, it would make it even worse. That makes absolutely no sense. China would actually be incentivized to maybe lower their prices, but still, these people would probably pass this on to the consumer who ultimately buys this product after receiving it off the ship. In no way, shape, or form is this a tax on a foreign country. That is dumb. That is incoherent. Everybody, having heard that version of it, is now dumber. Chat, if you're a friendly, get out of my box. Guys, literally, somebody came up here telling me that
What up?
my
What
media
up?
lies to me, and then Rowdy is literally confused on the economic policy he voted for. What's up, Republican? What do you like about Trump?
What up? I like the immigration policy. I like the. Well, actually, I will say I'm not happy with the big beautiful bill, but we'll see if we can get that turned around. Um,
All right, let's
I'm
test and
not
see
a
if you
I'm not
actually
a
are a
big
fan.
fan.
Let's see if you are a fan of his immigration policy. Are you happy about Trump rolling back his ideas or rolling back his regulations on deporting people who are working in like service industry and farms?
Hey, sorry, you're gonna have to repeat that. I got a freaking phone call, so it just completely cut you out.
Trump has walked back his position on deporting people who work on farms and in the service industry. How do you feel about that?
Deporting illegal immigrants? Yeah, I agree with it.
No, he walked it back. He said not to.
Oh, he said don't. He
Yeah.
said don't. Why would he say that?
Maybe because there's truth to what we've been screaming this whole time, that they are helpful to our economy.
I think he's starting slow and easy, getting people used to the deportations with illegal criminals. But the eventual goal is anyone who's not here on a legal status can't remain. That's just our
But
laws.
he's saying that, hey, by the way, if you work in these certain industries, we won't do that. That's weird.
He's saying if you work in certain industries and you're an illegal immigrant, we're not going to deport you. You're not subject
Yes.
to deportation.
Yes. You're not going to be
That sounds
targeted
odd.
by ICE.
That sounds odd to come from Trump. I'm sure there's more to it that you're not elaborating on in this conversation.
I guess that's up for you to defend his words with then.
Yeah, I'll look into it. But yeah, I know he's starting with the illegal alien criminals, and then it's eventually going to go to
All
all
right.
legal immigrants.
Here's my second question. Do you think that people who they commit a Class C misdemeanor, who are subject to $50 to $250 fine, should be sent to prison for the rest of their lives with no due process?
Should be sent to prison for. Okay, where's this getting at?
Do you think that's a thing? Do you think that should happen?
Has anyone ever said yes to that question in your life?
Yes.
It's an obvious no. What are you
Okay, well
referring to though?
that's what Trump is doing.
Yeah, so elaborate. What's the underlying gotcha here?
So Trump sent people to CCOT in El Salvadorian prison, where there is no getting out. There's no lawyers. There's no judge. There's no phone calls. There's no family visits. There's no recreational time. There's no education. You just sit there and you stare at the floor. And these people are there with no criminal background in either country because Trump sent them there. 70% of the people he sent there have done nothing wrong. Besides OS,
you're
maybe
talking.
$50.
Okay, so you actually believe that the people sent to El Salvador have never committed any crimes, and there's no evidence
The
of
White
them
House
committing
also
crimes,
acknowledged this, yes.
or being affiliated with any terror groups like MS-13.
Yeah, I would much rather the government prove that they're affiliated with a gang before they just send them to a prison.
Because that's what Trump said, right? Those people sent to El Salvador had to have found them associated with it, some
So like
foreign gang.
and what you're saying is you just trust Trump's
And you're
opinion. You don't need a judge to confirm this.
Well, I mean, what you're insinuating is that he's lying and he just randomly picked these people
Trump
out of a hat and
lying?
send them to
No way.
send them to El Salvador. Your stance is these people, they did nothing wrong. There's no issue here. He just picked them out of a hat.
Some of them,
and
yes.
sent
Some of
to
them
El
are sent to El
Salvador.
Salvador based on their tattoos. Some of them are sent to El
I thought
Salvador.
it was. I
70%.
thought it was all of them. I thought it was
70
all of them.
70%, yes. 70% have no criminal background in either country. That is confirmed.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since I looked at that, but the only person that was on the borderline that I saw was the Mr. Garcia guy, and he's back here serving time in jail.
Yeah, but their defense to sending him over there is that like he beat his wife and all these other things that were just allegations, still not proven in court either. So you guys like don't believe in due process and a judge adjudicating these claims. You just want to trust Trump or the ICE administration or whoever they deputize from some domestic terrorist group.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna look into this stuff and come back up because it doesn't sound right at all. I'm sure you're just picking a topic to spin off of.
I'm asking you if you agree with Trump's immigration policy, and this is literally what
Yeah, I
led.
haven't seen anything. I haven't
This
seen
is what-
anything wrong with it.
This
Dude,
is
I'm
what
pretty
led
involved
to
in it.
people not coming to the border.
I'm pretty involved in it, but you're saying people are being picked up out of a hat and thrown into El Salvador for no reason.
Yeah, can you
Like,
tell me? Can you tell me that?
the only person that you guys had a problem with going to El Salvador is Mr. Garcia.
No, that is just the most famous one. 70% of them have no criminal history in either country, and that is something. There's been so much breaking news in the news cycle every day that this is probably this would have been news for like a year and a half. But yeah, there's something crazy that happens every day, maybe 3 times a day, that you guys probably just glazed over this.
Yeah, like I said, man, I'll look into it. I don't wanna try to discredit your points without me doing research on it myself. But like nobody's ever made these. I've never heard anyone make these claims that 70% of the people that went to El Salvador never had a
you could
criminal
just say,
record.
hey, Pickles.
So you're standing on that claim that 70% of the people that went to El Salvador never had a criminal record.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
You want me to show you where I found that?
That's fine. No, I'll do my own research.
Okay.
But
so
yeah,
like if
other
that's
than that,
true, if that's true, you would not like that, right?
if these people actually did nothing wrong other than enter the country, I think they're still subject to deportation. I
No
don't
one's
think that
asking that. I'm asking if they should go to prison for the rest of their life.
if they did nothing wrong, then why would El Salvador? Because some of these are their own citizens. Why would El Salvador imprison their own citizens if there was no crime committed?
I don't know. Do you know who Bukele is?
Who?
Bukele?
No.
Do you do politics on social media on your spare time, or is?
Oh yeah, 1,000%. The main thing right now everybody's talking about is Israel and Iran. What is your opinion on that?
I think that if Trump were never president, we wouldn't be in this.
You think Kamala would have
Yes.
pulled away from Israel?
I think if Trump were never president the first time, he wouldn't have pulled us out of the Iran nuclear deal like a fucking dipshit because Obama did it. And he wouldn't have just tried to sanction them into the ground thinking that they'll go away.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, story's still developing, so we'll see what happens there. I don't want America to enter, and I think it's going to reflect poorly on Trump if they do enter, but he's in between a rock and a hard place when his policy is Iran can't have nuclear weapons and Iran doesn't want to come to the table. So
He shouldn't have pulled
we'll
us out
see
of the Iran nuclear deal. I mean, like, this is all, like, he's trying to fix the mess he created. It's just, I don't know. I don't know how you guys don't see it.
I mean, Iran's not just a Trump problem. I mean, this has been going on for decades.
And Obama came in and did the biggest peace deal in, like, world history. Like, one of the best peace deals in world. I think he got a Nobel Peace Prize for it. And I heard this from Destiny the other day, and I said this the other day too. But you could write down on a piece of paper. You could say, "Don't eat shit," and I could hand it to y'all, and you could be like, why are you giving me this? And yeah, I don't know. And then I could be like this. say Obama, and then you guys would run straight to the closest sewage center, and you guys would just start eating as much shit as humanly possible. You guys would just fucking eat so much shit, we'd have a shit shortage. That's
funny.
it's literally how this happened. He did this to put a cigarette butt out on Obama.
No, I mean, I'm still like, even with everything that's happened that's unfavorable to Trump, you just can't convince me that Kamala was the better choice.
The lawyer who served 27 years in government who wasn't a game show host?
Yeah, I mean, it was just another government handout campaign trying to bribe votes with 25,000 for first-time home buyers, trying to say I'll cancel your student loan debts. Like it's completely a bribe campaign.
It's not a bribe campaign. It's fixing the economy where it's needed. Instead of just giving loose, crazy tax breaks to the richest of the rich and in hopes they'll piss a little bit down on us to give us some jobs is silly. It's crazy. For Trump to increase our tax burden so that he can give his rich friends a tax break, for him to defund the Department of Education so he can give his rich friends tax breaks is even worse. For you guys to co-sign that is insane.
Yeah. So what did you think about the whole plan to cancel student loan debt?
I
Were
think
you
it's
on board?
fantastic. Yes, there are countries that pay for 100% of people's colleges, and in college is in higher education is the
yeah.
first line of national defense for a country. Republicans want people dumb so that they
How
vote
many-
for them, and we want people smart so we can be successful as a country.
How many countries are in $1.7 trillion worth of student loan debt?
I don't know. Why are we doing that? Why don't we pay that all off? Why don't we just pay for all of the college debt for all of our constituents? Why don't we just
So
pay for every bit of college?
When you say we, you mean why doesn't the American taxpayer
Yes.
pay
Yes.
for
Yes.
college
Absolutely.
tuition?
Yes. Yes.
Why do you think that the average American taxpayer would say maybe we don't want to do that?
Because you guys are so bamboozled by the you guys
Do you
are
think
literally
do you think it might be that they don't care about someone
listen,
else's inflated college tuition? They're
you're
just trying to pay
literally-
for their own.
you
They're
guys
trying
are-
to pay for their own
you're-
family.
Listen, you're willing to pay higher taxes if Trump tells you it's going to bring back American jobs. Am I right?
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
I
you
just
are.
told
The
you
tariffs.
I told you I criticized his big beautiful
that's
bill.
his-
I'm not a fan of it.
No, his
and
tariffs
with
have
the,
nothing to do
tariffs,
with the big
the
beautiful
tariffs
bill.
are short-term pain, long-term gain. I mean, we got to bring manufacturing back to America.
So you're willing to pay more taxes for manufacturing jobs to come back, even though we already have a 4.2% unemployment rate? Make it make sense, dude.
I'm willing to pay more in the short term to be more prosperous in the long term.
It's going to be
I'm not looking for quick
gotta be
wins.
long-term.
I'm looking for long-term prosperity.
Same thing with college. If we paid for college and higher education for every American, same
So what would
thing.
what would you tell a taxpayer? Because they did the math. It would cost each taxpayer around $3,380, something like that. What would you tell a farmer?
What?
What would you tell a farmer
Says
why he
who?
should pay for? I
Dude,
mean, they
okay,
split it up.
let me
They split
help
up the
you out.
averages.
Let me help you out.
$1.7 trillion with 100 and some million
Okay,
taxpayers. It comes out to somewhere around 3,000.
it's already. Let me help
I
you
think
out. Those
380.
those dollars have already been paid, and if we forgive it, you're literally just X-naying something on
They
the
haven't
right
been
side of a
paid.
balance sheet.
Those
Yes, they
dollars
have.
haven't been paid.
Yes,
They're
they have.
federally backed loans. They've
Yes,
been
they
paid
have.
by a bank. They've been paid by a bank. The bank says that we will hold this loan, but if they default on the loan, then the taxpayer needs to take the bill.
Okay.
Needs to pick up the bill.
Okay, so Trump is saying, hey, we don't want to collect as much money as we have been. I want to give it back to rich people. So what he did was he took like $180 billion per year, which probably easily would just pay. I mean, I think it's like 70 billion or 100 billion would pay for every college student to go to college for free. That would have easily, it would have also ended homelessness. It would have, like, there's 1,000 things it could have done, but he gave it to rich people. And he said, I promise you,
Okay.
they're going to make jobs.
Defend
You're going
your
to love
candidate.
this.
Defend your candidate without attacking mine. I'm talking about your policy.
I'm talking about
canceling
what
student
we
loans.
could do with tax
You have
dollars.
you can't just say Trump's policy is bad. That's why I want to cancel student loans. Tell me why an American farmer should pay
American farmers are already subsidized.
$3,300 for somebody else's.
You're making
tuition.
that number up. We don't have to pay
No,
it all
I
off
swear.
at once.
Look it up.
Yes, we don't have to pay it all off right now.
Quickly on how much
You're-
canceling student loan
yes,
debt would cost the
if-
average taxpayer.
If we put
Do
it
you think
all,
do you think that number is fake? I mean, it's $1.7 trillion. How many taxpayers are in America?
okay. Again, We wouldn't all pay the same flat rate of tax, and we wouldn't pay it all in the same day, right? We would probably finance it out.
America, it would go onto our probably just onto our debt, I suppose.
It's already in our
Pay
debt,
some money,
right? It's already in our
pay the
debt.
banks. Well, we're expecting that revenue back as well.
Okay. So here's the deal. We're talking about income and how we could use our IRS money, how we can use our tax dollars, and instead of giving it back to the richest people on earth, we could just use it. We could use it for that cause, right?
So your solution to funding the cancellation of student loan debt is taxing the rich a higher percentage.
Yes.
So what you're really saying is, can you show me in the past when it's been beneficial to the GDP to increase the corporate tax rate or the tax rate on top 1%?
Can you show me where it's been beneficial to do otherwise? Yeah.
Yeah,
So
to decrease it, the tax, the Trump tax and Jobs Act.
I can show you where it was
the
beneficial to actually
TCJA.
increase the taxes.
Yeah.
TCJA.
Yeah. The TCJA.
Yeah.
Like
So when they lowered it to 21%, just real quick, sorry. They lowered the corporate tax rate to 21%. Obama said that Trump's promises of GDP growth couldn't be achieved even if he had a magic wand. He lowered the corporate tax rate to 21%. We hit a record for GDP growth the following year. You want to re-rate, you want to stop that forward the forward advancements of GDP growth in order to subsidize.
It was so minimal. So the GDP growth.
He set a record. He set a record. What do you mean it was minimal?
Okay, so basically he gave rich people their money back, and then we saw inflation to a tune that we've never seen before, and that, yes, made GDP go really high after COVID. But it wasn't the next year. Can you show me where is the next year we just saw some insane GDP growth?
One thing that he's kind of missing as well, Pickles. And hey, Pickles, how are you?
What's up, Santana?
One thing that you're missing is one of the greatest jumps in the wealth inequality occurred under Donald Trump as well. So the gap between the ultra wealthy and the lower income earners grew a massive amount. So that GDP growth that you're actually touting didn't do anything to actually benefit everyday Americans. It like Pickle said, it helped the ultra wealthy.
Yeah, so like a handful of people got very wealthy and it bumped up a number for GDP, but the average American, like the per capita GDP, probably didn't do anything. The wealth gap probably was exacerbated. It did nothing but just help his friends.
Yeah, well, I mean, as far as the wealth gap goes, I think that's a bipartisan issue. I think that the main driver there is our debt, is our debt as a country.
You should never vote for Republican then.
Both Democrats and Republicans are guilty of that.
False.
That shouldn't be a bipartisan thing where you're saying like my candidate's not gonna increase the national debt. Every candidate's increased the national debt for like the past 20 years.
Can you see this right here? The U.S. federal deficit by president. A little history lesson.
Yeah.
I'll walk you through a little history lesson. Bush came in, fucked up the deficit. Clinton fixed it. Bush 2 came in, fucked it up.
You're acting like
Obama.
Clinton, there less debt before Clinton than after?
Obama came in and reduced it. Trump came in, exploded it like we've never seen before, and he's about to do it again too. In a time with like economic prosperity, he's fucking up the economy and exploding our deficit again. And then Biden came in and fixed it.
It's such a misleading graph because, like I said, it's a bipartisan issue. Both parties spend more than we make.
Yeah, but you guys never cut spending. You guys never increase taxes when you spend. We do.
You're saying you guys. I'm saying this is a bipartisan issue.
You're literally a fucking elephant. You guys, yes.
Okay, so So I'm assuming that you're. I mean, your argument would make sense if Biden had a surplus. If he cut
No.
the federal spending, and had a
He
surplus.
increased.
I'm telling you,
He increased
both
income.
parties are adding insane numbers to the national
No,
debt.
it's vehemently
and it's
more
a problem.
Republican. It's like Republicans a 10 out
This
of
is
10
the part
problem,
where you got to
and
step back.
Democrats.
You got to step back, dude, and
Democrats.
say yes.
Democrats
both
are.
parties have this issue.
No, if you want to be black
Instead,
and white,
you want to argue semantics and say it's your president's
this
the
is not
problem.
semantics. There's nuance. If you want to be black and white, yes,
Look at the
both
graph.
parties.
Look at what Biden did.
Excuse me. Both parties, yes, increased the debt and the deficit. Biden reduced the deficit. Democrats reduced the deficit. You guys are a 10 out of 10 problem. We are like a 1 or 2.
1 or 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, last I checked, Biden also added trillions to the debt.
He also decreased the deficit. So he did things like increase the minimum tax on corporations for making $400,000 or more by 15%. That brought in money. He also hired a bunch of IRS. For every dollar we spend in the IRS, we make $5 to $9 back. Trump is doing things counterintuitive to that. He's firing IRS agents. He's firing this. He's axing federal branches that do things that bring us money, that save Americans money.
And I think it's a great call out to say those IRS agents that were hired by Joe Biden brought in a significant amount from unpaid taxes, and they specifically went after the ultra wealthy, those people who weren't paying their fair shares.
I mean, still, last I checked, the top 1% pays the majority of the federal tax bill. Like, I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of taxing the rich when, if you look as history's shown us, having a competitive corporate tax rate stimulates economic growth. And the only reason America is what it is today is because, as much as you guys hate it, the only reason America is what it is today is because of the incentives that we've been able to put in place to make small businesses and large companies thrive. If you look at the top 10 largest companies in the world, 8 of them are in America.
Yeah, that's cool, but what has that done for like the cost of living for average Americans? Has that increased the wages for average Americans? I mean, federal minimum wage hasn't budged.
Yeah, it definitely has. We have the highest GDP, or I think we have one of the highest GDPs per capita in the
You keep
world.
talking about GDP, but I'm talking about the average medium income. I'm talking about the individuals. I'm not talking about the actual GDP. Yes, I will grant you that the country as a whole is fruitful and productive. Well, was before Donald Trump, but I'm talking about the average everyday Americans.
Yeah, and I don't give a fuck about big businesses. I care about small businesses. I care about medium businesses. I prefer us to be like economically mobile. I don't think that we should just start giving everything to the people who are already accumulating most of the wealth. I think that we should even the playing field as much as we can. We should incentivize growth in the economy. We shouldn't just let people make diamonds and basically control the United States. If you want to move because we've increased the corporate tax rate, then fucking move. Get the fuck out. And then you can sit behind the tariffs that Trump made.
But I mean, that's a problem that we've had.
Also, one of
increase
the
the corporate
greatest
tax
economic,
rate, and then our companies offshore.
one
That's
of the
definitely a
greatest
problem.
greatest economic periods we had was after the Great Depression, and that's when the corporate tax was at its highest, right? I mean, that was literally one of the major factors of pulling us out of the Great Depression, and that's when you saw the middle class grow and be the strongest that it ever was. After that, around when you hit the Reaganomics time frame, is when you start to see that massive drop off, which kind of leads me back to the original point that I wanted to come up, if you don't mind, Pickles. Sure.
It's a push and pull, man.
Pickles, you mind if I go back like for a half a second? Because you guys were talking about like free education, which I'm a big advocate for. And you were talking about how you can't convince, farmers and everyday Americans to pay for, student loan debt and free education. Going back and I feel like you know the answer to this because I've been listening to you speak, and I can tell that you are fairly educated. When did the United States shift towards from college being free or very inexpensive to paid colleges?
Oh, I think you're gonna agree with me on this point. Yeah, keep going. I think shoot, what was it like the 80s or the 90s?
No, it was when Ronald Reagan was president. So Ronald Reagan and the Reagan administration made a massive push, and we switched from the period of college being either free or very inexpensive. Do you know what spurred on that actual shift?
Yeah, the status quo. I mean, people were
Racism.
saying every America,
That's wrong
every
again.
every American should be able to go to college, whether
Oh, well,
they're
the status quo. Wait, what does that mean? Be specific now.
status quo. That's the current status quo as well. Every American should be able to go to
That's
college,
no, no,
given if
no,
their
no, no,
parents are rich or poor.
no, no,
That's
no.
why
It
we have
wasn't
federally backed
classism.
loans.
It wasn't classism because I mean, to your point, if that was the case, then it would have actually, stayed to where it was. I mean, classism was actually used, but it was something else. Do you know what happened in around the same time as the time frame that we just mentioned? Anything that happened that like a little bit before Ronald Reagan?
Tell me.
Civil rights movement.
Okay.
There was a shift in the civil rights movement. More Black people were actually starting to gain access to higher learning and to education. And so, to offset those Black people being able to access higher learning and education, then they started to actually implement additional costs to be able to obtain it. So, it was
Mm.
steeped in racism and blanketed by classism. But
I think
that's
that's
why
There's a quote from Reagan.
I think
I
that's speculative
No,
it's not.
it's a quote from Reagan. You can just see
saying
it.
that
Mhm.
federally backed loans came from um trying to fight
Thank
oppression
you for the star, man.
against African
Yeah, I said
Americans.
it
So let
it
me give you
was
my
it was
spiel.
steeped sure, it was steeped in racism, cloaked in classism. They use classism as a cover for the racism. That was a direct shift. There was no other reason to make that shift except Black people who were gaining more rights and more equality was starting to quote unquote catch up. And so there was a need to actually slow that progress, and there's
Mm,
been multiple instances of doing that. You can even talk about with voting, right? I mean, with voting, as soon as Black people got the ability to vote, they started instituting things like poll taxes, right, where you actually had to pay to vote, which most Black people couldn't do. They also started putting like literacy tests in, where a lot of Black people couldn't read to a certain level, and so they said, oh, to be able to vote, you have to be able to read to this certain level. Again, when Black people started to gain those types of levels of equality, then they added additional factors to slow down their progress.
yeah, man, I think that's purely speculative. My reasoning behind it, what I think that there became a status quo that every American should be able to go to any college that they are accepted in, regardless of previous financial or family financial situation. Um, Banks were obviously seeing these types of loans where people didn't have any cosigner. They were rejecting loans to go to educational institutions,
Okay,
while Americans believe that it was
it's
almost
wrong.
a right to be
That
able to
sounds
go to
It's
college.
that
all wrong.
sounds
But
great.
It's
listen,
all
Here's
wrong.
listen,
here's a quote from
listen.
Reagan. Here's a
So,
quote
but
from Reagan.
I
We're
want to
in
go to the real
danger.
problem
We're
here.
in danger of
No, no, no,
producing an
don't. Just stay right
educated
here.
proletariat. That is a quote from Reagan, and Reagan advisor Roger A. Freeman during a press conference, and their beliefs were things such as Reagan did not think you needed a great university supported by public funding. He thought if you wanted a world-class university, let students pay for it. We have to be selective of who we allow to go through higher education, Freeman added.
Mm. Hey, Pickles, can you pull up one of my favorite quotes? It's the quote from LBJ, specifically talking about the way that you actually continue to take advantage of poor white people who focus on the separation and racism versus classism. Specifically, the point behind this quote talks about how you don't understand where the real battle is and how racism and classism are so intertwined and they use each other. So whether it's using racism to progress classism or classism to give cover to racism, they're so intertwined.
If you can
Okay.
convince the lowest white man he's better than the best color
Yep.
man, he won't notice you're
Yep.
picking his
Yep.
pocket. He'll give somebody to look
Mhm.
down on, and he'll empty his pockets for you.
Yep.
Okay. Well, the point I was basically getting at is my solution, as opposed to canceling student loan debts, which is initially what we were talking about. Biden's policy for student loan debt cancellation would be to stop federally backing loans. I believe that ever since the government started backing student loans, the price increased on average 7% per year for college tuitions. It's not a popular policy, but um, I think that when universities realize that they can charge virtually whatever they want, um, and they'll receive funds from banks that are backed by the federal government, that take risk. They're essentially giving out risk-free loans for educations. They think that they're doing the students a favor by putting them $150,000 into debt for, say, a degree that caps out at $75,000 late in the career path. I think that those type of loans need to be actually reevaluated and handed a risk assessment, saying if someone's going to $150,000 into debt, they better be studying to become a doctor or a lawyer or something like
Or we can
that.
stop predatory lending. I mean,
And then I
like
think that will
we could
eventually
also
bring
stop.
down the price of college.
Sure, we could also stop predatory lending. I mean, the Trump administration has already rolled back certain regulations that prevent predatory lending, specifically targeting students, and even more so targeting veterans. Or we can also stop the actual deregulation of certain banks, which the Trump administration has done so as well, allowing banks to actually take advantage of consumers not only through loans but also through their overdraft practices and things like that. So maybe if we actually
Man,
stop those entities from being
Here's
able to take advantage of people.
here's a new one too.
you guys have such a one-track mind. I bring up a policy that I think would be good, that no conservative or Democrat has even mentioned, and you immediately, your brain's wired to say, whoa,
Yes.
whoa, but think about Trump. I wasn't even
Trump
talking
is,
about Trump.
dude,
Trump's
you
never
guys
even brought
talk
up that
about
type of
Biden.
policy.
You guys bring up Biden all the time. But here's the thing. You guys are voting for somebody who's constantly working against and is completely antithetical to all of these things we think would be great. And like, for instance, again, here's the thing Trump's doing to fuck up college tuition. He's trying to make it to where people can't go to Harvard, for instance, who are from overseas, who are not domestic students. And the truth is that people who attend Harvard that are migrants, they pay 2 to 3 times more than the average domestic student, which lowers their average cost of tuition. So Trump is once again a tally against your efforts at lowering the cost of student attending college or higher education. He is making it more expensive by removing
Wait, you said,
30% of Harvard's tuition. Yes.
didn't he just state he wanted to import like 500,000 foreign students and also attach green cards to their um, bachelor degrees?
I
I
don't
don't know.
know.
There was pickles. There was a AP break that just came out maybe about less than an hour ago, saying something about him re resuming his visa program for students. I didn't get a chance to read that, so I don't know if that's what he's talking about or not, but it could be. And the one thing that I'll say while we give Pickles a second here is the reason why we keep bringing up Trump and not necessarily just speaking to this one specific issue is because not only Donald Trump, but the Republican Party as a whole, they keep actually attacking these actual institutions, not college institutions, but multiple institutions across the United States that actually, if we just say, all right, we're going to hyperfixate on this one thing, if we hyperfixate on, fixing the student loan issue, well, again, you still deal with other issues that the Republican Party are actually going after that makes it harder for higher learning, period. So it's not
Yeah.
just about that one thing,
Well,
it's about everything. And that's why we keep going back to it.
I think you're being truthful there. I think the main reason is, it's TikTok, and talking
Mhm.
about Trump and criticizing Trump is what gets clicks. But yeah, it's been good talking to you guys. I gotta hop off here. I've been just sitting in my car for like 30 minutes now.
All right, bro. It
All
was
right.
good. It was good. Thanks for being civil. You're welcome back anytime. All right.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
Izzy wanted to come up to say something real quick. I'm sorry, Izzy, for making you wait. I get stressed when there's more than a
I'll get
handful
out
of
the
people
way.
up here.
I only really wanted to come up to address that because like the free education is like a big thing for me. So I'll get out the way. I just wanted to say that.
Yo, I appreciate you, dude. Yeah, that was
I
a
appreciate
lot
you
of good
more.
stuff. I love you.
Yeah, I'll see you guys. Love you more.
Okay. What's up, Izzy?
Hey, I'm totally not a Trump supporter. I hate him, but I just wanted to address that guy. I'm American, but I live in Australia and I've lived here for like 12 years now. And I have gone to college here, and like basically the government pays for your education, and you only have to pay back the loans if you make over like, I think it's like $100,000 a year or something, and you only have to pay it back in like little portions. But if you don't make over that amount of money, then you don't have to pay it back. As well as like I obviously pay higher taxes, but nobody complains about it. And the minimum wage for me, like at my age, is like $35 an hour, plus free healthcare.
Wow, that's badass. Wow.
So it works.
Damn.
So it's like complete opposite of America, and it's a shame that America can't see that.
That sounds fantastic, Izzy.
Yeah, that's why I live here and not there.
Well, I'm jealous. Thank you for giving us that nugget.
Yeah, no worries. I'll hop down so you can get some ops, but I just had to come up here and say it.
Alrighty. Have a good one.
All right. Love you, Pickles.
Love you back.
Bye.
Yellow.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
How's it going, boss? Yes and no. I voted for him.
Okay. What do you like about Trump?
He's actually doing stuff for the middle class, the disappearing middle class. No tax on overtime, no tax on tips. That was his ticket, and he's getting it done.
Yeah, and then he introduced a tariff, which is a tax on the middle class.
No, a tariff is a tax on manufacturers.
Oh, bub.
So listen. I understand, yes, we can sit here and debate all day. You'll say the taxes are going to impact the middle class because the corporations are just going to pass it down from their end to our end, so that way their bottom line is padded, right? I understand the economy behind it. But my complaint, and the reason I think that's bullshit, is why do we let them? Why do we let the
If tariffs don't affect the cost of consumer goods, they're in fact worthless, meaning we would not be incentivized to stop buying things from China.
Okay, where the only reason we buy things from China is, do you know what the manufacturing process here in America looks like?
Yeah.
No, and that's a legitimate question. No.
In
I
what
work
sense?
in a manufacturing plant.
Yeah, I've worked in plenty of industrial jobs.
Manufacturing here in America, for better or worse, as it is right now, is almost non-existent. Creating a product from nothing to full sell to consumer is almost completely impossible in America, because we lack the tooling.
Okay, Anthony, why do you think that is? Why do you think China industrialized starting tens of years ago? Why do you think they're so far ahead of us now? Is it maybe because they've purposefully kept
Because we got rid of our industrialization.
Well, why do you think that is, Bub? Do you think it's because people would rather buy from China because it's cheaper?
No, sir. Because it's easier.
Why? Okay, in what way? Getting it shipped over here 2 weeks?
Listen. Why do you buy from a grocery store?
It's my only option.
No, that's not true.
Okay, I guess it's easier than growing it in my backyard.
Well, no, and I'm not saying to grow it because that's unreasonable. To ask everybody to grow it, we would lose society because society is built on no
You're
longer...
about to illustrate what I'm about to illustrate to you, okay? The reason we are buying things from China is because the cost, the Chinese yuan is worth less than the US dollar by far. And the cost of living down there is much less by far. So if we were to take a Chinese manufacturing facility and we were to copy and paste that here in the United States, China would make it far cheaper than we would. No matter how brilliant you think we are, no matter how many American flags we fly around the facility and put on those products, it will still be more expensive. Fewer people will buy it, and the rest of the world will still buy it from China. That's why this whole thing is dumb. This whole thing is fucking dumb and incoherent.
I agree, but what I'm saying is instead of just complaining that the system's broken, let's build a better system.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm asking you why the tariffs. I'm asking you why the tariffs.
Because we have to do something. We can't do nothing. The doing nothing is what got us in this position.
Okay, that's still like doing something could also involve peeing in my backyard, but that doesn't do anything, right? It doesn't do anything.
Dude, you have a following. You have, what, 124,000 likes on this view? You could be proposing solutions, not just complaining
Solution
about
is
what's
not,
happening.
Okay, I'm not complaining. I'm trying to, I have to, part of my activism is educating people like you who are just blindly like accepting what Trump is doing and showing you what it's like to criticize and critically think about these things. And I can show you what it looks like to do something that is for this cause. And it looks like this. It looks exactly like this. Boom, investing in America. This Trump deleted this off the White House website, by the way, because he's a dictator. But this is a map of all of the investments that Biden got people to make because of the Chips and Science Act. Semiconductor, clean energy manufacturing, batteries, manufacturing, heavy industry. This is just the private investments. And you can click on it and see where they lead and how many jobs they've created, and so on and so forth. These are things we actually want to compete with China in, not the blanket tariffs that target literally everything, 99% of which we don't want to compete with China in. And here's the public investments. Look at this. In fucking sane. Where's Trump's map? It's nowhere. It's nowhere.
Right, because he's fighting something different. You're talking about manufacturing at a high level. Computer chips, chipsets, superconductors, things that can only be done in highly controlled areas. Trump is trying to correct manufacturing on a broad scale, making furniture, making appliances, making...
And that's not going to, that is a failed movement because of what I just explained to you. Can you explain how what I just explained doesn't negate what you're saying?
Because you just showed me a map of high-end production.
Before that, do you think we can outpace China and make things cheaper where the rest of the world will buy our manufactured goods, such as furniture, bro?
Why does the rest of the world matter? We're trying to fix America, not the rest of the world. I'm not trying...
Because that's what... Okay, if you start a manufacturing plant here and you say, hey, I'm going to build furniture, and there's another shop right next to you and they sell furniture made in China. It's the same furniture, but it's like a third the price. Are you going to stay in business, bro?
Hopefully.
No, you're not.
See, but why? Because we have a system that values cheap commodity over lifelong items. We value consumerism.
Okay, well, we are capitalists. We are capitalists, bro. That's what you're champions of, right? On the right.
That's the good thing. But we've taken materialism too far. We take the cheapest and quickest option because that's all we want. Because that's all we're taught.
Well, tariffs don't fix that. Tariffs don't change people's like moral values. Their consumerism. Tariffs don't do that.
But what else is he going to do? He can't go talk to every American.
Gee, I don't know. Maybe subsidize
just because he exists.
Maybe this. Maybe we can do more of this. The things that actually work. We could subsidize industries. We could subsidize industries so that they can actually compete.
We've been subsidizing. Yeah. We've been subsidizing America for so long. The American dollar means nothing. We have trillions of dollars in debt.
It's the most valuable thing in the world. What are you talking about?
It's monopoly money. There's no backing except belief.
That's
all
the same thing.
The US economy afloat.
All fiat currency works that way. What do you want, the gold standard?
No, I just want something better.
What's better than that?
That's why I don't understand why everybody's complaining nowadays. Honestly and truthfully, yes, this system sucks right now as is. So do something, change it.
Okay,
Be the
we
change you want
are.
to see in
The
the
Democrats do those things. You guys just play bullshit. You guys play with tariffs like silly geese.
I understand I came on here as a Trump supporter, but I don't want to be lumped in with Republicans. I don't stand with either side. I am an independent. That's the only clarification I'd like to make to your comment.
You voted for Trump, right?
Yes, sir. I did say that. All I'm asking is that I'm not on either side. I am truly here as an independent. I voted for him, so I'm debating with you why I voted for him and why I stand for him. I'm not a both sides. I'm not an either side. I want something new. I want something better. We start movements all the time because we get tired of the system that we have. Look at the Pride movement. Look at civil rights. Look at women's suffrage. All of these
those were actually pointed, like, meaningful movements, but like doing something completely irrelevant to helping the economy, such as tariffs, makes no sense. And for people to come up and say these are good is silly just because they're different. I mean, peeing in my backyard is just as different and just as worthless. It's probably better than tariffs. But listen, I don't know. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
I disagree with saying all tariffs are bad. America has had 0 tariffs on most countries for a large portion of our international trading, and now we're forcing them to.
You guys are literally illiterate in this sense. Not all tariffs are bad, but blanket tariffs are horrible. It is an act of economic war. It will shrink our GDP. It's against free trade. And people have tariffs on us, on our goods. They pay those tariffs. For you to pretend like that's ripping you off is incoherent and it is Trump propaganda.
I disagree.
Okay, how is somebody like Canada having which this is not even fully true, but if Canada put a 200% tariff on our dairy, how does that hurt you?
It doesn't. How does it hurt you?
It doesn't. So why are you complaining about it? Why are you acting like these are warranted? These retaliatory tariffs are warranted.
I never said they were warranted. I'm saying that Trump, okay, regardless of the man who put the tariffs in place. The tariffs are now in place because the people at the top said this is going to happen. That's the end of it.
Who?
The people at the top.
You mean Trump?
People running this country. He is one of those people, yes.
And Peter Navarro?
He is also running this country, yes.
And you're just willing to accept that because your leader told you that's what's going to happen?
No, sir. I'm willing to accept that because at this current moment, I have no power to change it other than to sit and complain.
I'm here to criticize our current government, just like anybody should do when their government is doing things against their best interests.
Absolutely, 100%. But you're only looking at Trump. You're only looking at what the orange man.
He's in power. He's doing things. He's the worst president we've ever had in our lifetime. This is the worst president in history. Period.
I vehemently disagree with that.
Okay, then tell me what he's done that's good.
Was probably one of the worst presidents we've ever had.
Well,
he's the one that did the Trail of Tears. Are you saying that the Trail of Tears is lower down than tariffing other countries?
I think that Trump in modern history, he is one of the worst. He is the worst president we've had. For you to point towards somebody else's atrocities and be like, "Oh, dang, that's real bad." Yes, Trump has done things that have resulted in the deaths of thousands of people. So yeah, he's pretty bad.
So has Obama.
Okay.
So
well, in the
has
same
Bush.
sense, in the same sense.
So has Biden.
In the same sense that no, not really, but in the same sense that Trump has
Biden
done the same
signed
thing.
off on military actions in the Middle East that resulted in death. If we're talking about
which ones?
death, it needs to be death on all levels.
Which ones?
Bro, I ain't got receipts. I'm sorry. I joined this just to chat. I ain't got receipts. I can't back up anything I say at a moment's notice. If you would like, if you will give me a moment of silence, I can pull up ChatGPT and I can find some information for you.
Trump increased drone strikes by 450% from Obama. Trump loves pushing the red button. He loves pulling us out of agreements that we are signatories of, that ensure the safety of thousands of people. That when we did so, killed the
why are we
thousands.
responsible for why are we responsible for those thousands? Why?
I don't know. For the same reason, why are we with Israel bombing Iran right now?
Well, we shouldn't be with Israel, period.
Okay.
We shouldn't be the world police. Why,
Yeah, we
why do
should.
we have to be the world police?
Because we have a
Why?
$1 trillion military budget every year.
So you're saying that because we have the biggest military, we should walk into another country, wave our dick around, and tell them how they should live?
No, but we should keep the peace. And if you think that U.S. Western culture is the best culture on earth, and we can instill
It's
that,
not.
and okay, then what is?
There's not one yet. We haven't made it. Humans haven't made a culture yet that is the best culture on earth. Every culture has its flaws. Period. End of story.
Okay, I think that we should do things like stop Russia from taking over their neighbors and eventually being an even bigger threat. I think that we should stop, maybe we should stop Iran through nuclear peace deals like Obama did. We should stop taking money from foreign dignitaries who are funding terrorists. I think we should do all those things, none of which
Absolutely.
Trump does.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you.
I think the second we start using our military for meaningful action, you guys go nuts.
I don't think we ever will in the current system.
Okay, but if I think funding Ukraine is a literal no-brainer.
I disagree vehemently. That's
Why do you say that?
Just because we don't put boots on the ground doesn't mean we aren't using, just as you said earlier, blanket tariffs are a act of economic war. You said that earlier. Funding a country to fight in a war that they cannot afford is economic warfare. It's the exact same thing as putting boots on the ground. The only difference is we're not committing real American lives.
We're defending a country who is a victim, and we are stopping an aggressor from becoming even more powerful and an even bigger problem in the future. And we are preventing other bad actors on the world stage from thinking about doing the same thing when we do that. Making the world a safer
Right,
place.
except that we're not. That's
okay,
not
well,
what
not
we're
because
doing.
Trump isn't doing it, but yeah.
But once again, we are not. We the people. We are not doing it. I know that came out a little incorrectly. I apologize. Let me try to rephrase that, if you will let me. When we use our economic weight, our $1 trillion backed military, if we send our equipment, our tech, our training, our everything over there, including our dollars, to fight a war, how is that any different than sending troops on the ground?
I'm not saying it's different, Mike. I'm saying that I'm an advocate of backing the right cause.
I support backing the right cause. I don't support war.
Okay, but that's just I mean, you do support war if you don't support sending money to Ukraine. Like you support our children going to war.
No,
you support
no.
people getting
I support
slaughtered in their
history.
homes. You support history.
We've been at war. Countries have been at war forever. We have always fought over war. The map of the world has changed more times than was reasonable to keep updating.
Okay,
It wasn't until recently, in the last 50 to 60 years, that we've calmed down on territory exchange. We are going back to territory exchange.
What are you
That's
guys?
been the life of history.
You're being
since the dawn
so
of
obtuse.
humans.
You're being so obtuse. I
How am I
am
being
saying
obtuse? Can you
you're
explain
like
it to
I'm
me?
anti-war, or it's like okay, if you pay me $5, I'll be able to stop wars from happening in the future for the foreseeable future. If you pay me $5, you go no, because that will support a war. That's how silly you sound. Do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
I do not. If you would like to
Okay, so
explain.
I don't think you know much about history at all. Then the reason we're backing Ukraine is because we convinced them to give up their nuclear arms, and in exchange, we promised to defend them in the event they were threatened, their sovereignty or their borders were threatened, and that's happening right now. And the fact that nobody else will ever agree to do a nuclear peace treaty with us after we break something like this, because Trump is the king of breaking deals. Then I mean, good luck ever doing this again. Good luck being anti-war ever again.
So what you're saying is we are contractually obligated to fight Ukraine.
Yes, and if you want the rest of the world to trust us, if we were to ever become signatories of a nuclear peace deal, you would back Ukraine. If you want people like Iran to trust us when it comes to a nuclear deal, to not have enough enriched uranium,
Why would we
you
trust
would
Iran?
not
Why
have
would we
Trump as
trust Iran?
president.
Why would we trust Iran?
Because we had people there checking. We had people there, investigators. We had people there checking all the time how much enriched uranium they had, and in exchange, we let them trade with the EU. And they wanted so badly to be able to trade with the EU.
Okay. Iran, at this current moment, is the aggressor. They attacked first.
When?
Did they not attack Tel Aviv first?
No.
Then that's miscommunication. They attacked Tel Aviv, and then Israel fought back. Is that incorrect?
No. Israel struck, and then they retaliated, and 24 people died in Tel Aviv.
Okay, then we need to just pull all support from Israel because they started a war that we want no part in. What I don't understand how I can't be on both sides. Like I don't understand. You're saying we need to support Ukraine because they are being attacked by an aggressor. So if Israel is the aggressor, why are we not helping Iran? Where's the line?
It is not as simple as that. There is nuance, right? So Iran is not an ally.
No. See, but that's the problem. The moment you add nuance, the moment you start making exceptions is when the system falls apart.
No, that's not true. It doesn't need to be so simple that a 2-year-old can follow. It needs to have nuance. World politics is very complex and complicated. And yes, we're in no way, shape, or form should we. What do you mean why? Because it is. Because it is inherently complex.
Says who?
Holy fuck! Says the nature of it. You're going to argue that geopolitics is not complex? You want somebody? You want a 2-year-old in charge? You want a 2-year-old in charge of geopolitics?
No, sir.
Why not?
No, sir. I don't want a 2-year-old.
Why not? Tell me why.
Because their brains aren't developed enough to.
Why
make
would they need to develop brain?
To make concrete decisions.
So why would they need to make concrete decisions? Because they could just, you could teach a 2-year-old to say yes or no, right?
Yeah, as we did with Biden for the last 4 years.
Very funny. Biden is one of the most effective geopolitical actors on the world stage.
Good for him. Doesn't change the fact that he had dementia for at least 2 of the 4 years he was our president.
Okay, well, I mean, that's not proven. That's just y'all.
The fact that he had cancer for at least 2 of his 4 years, and I'm sorry, I've seen people with cancer. That does impact the way you think and process things.
Okay, that's not proven either.
Okay, how about we start from a fresh blank slate? Let's figure out what you believe, what I believe, and where the miscommunication is happening. Because I don't understand. You say we need to back Ukraine because they're being attacked by an aggressor. I say we need to not support the aggressor of this war, which is Israel, and instead support the defendant, just like I did with Ukraine.
No,
and now you're telling me that's wrong.
We have an agreement with Ukraine. Ukraine is innocent. They do not wish death to all Americans. If we were to help Iran, which wishes death to all Americans, it'd be kind of antithetical to the whole movement of creating peace, right?
How if we are allies with Israel, we could walk in there, basically slap them across the face, say, hey, quit being a dumbass. And if they want our money and our backing, then they'll say, okay. And then we go to Iran and we find a peace deal.
Yeah, good luck, good luck. Trump is literally like best uses Netanyahu. Good luck. I'm sure if Netanyahu paid Trump $5 to continue to use the United States military and our tax dollars to fund Israel, he would take $5 to sign a bill and give him hundreds of billions of our dollars.
I understand.
So good luck.
That. But what I'm saying is we got to find a common ground. You jump onto the next movement. Now Iran's the attacker. We need to get onto Iran. Or sorry, not the attacker. They're the problem. We need to be there for Israel when Israel's the aggressor. Well, we're fighting against Russia because they were the aggressor.
Literally
I don't understand where
the
common ground
is. This is how simple you are. Aggressor, bad. Defend the victim. Well, no. How about there's 2 lines of code. Aggressor, bad. Also, anti-American bad. Therefore, do not defend victim who is, I mean, like, literally, it just takes extra brain power here.
But you're not explaining to me where your line is. I've explained it to you. I think war is wrong, therefore pull out of all wars. That's my stance.
Okay.
You haven't given me your stance.
Okay, your simple-mindedness of going, all war is bad, pull out right now, meanings you're going to you're allowing more war to then perpetuate. So if you want to actually stop and stifle future wars, you will also fund people to defend themselves, being invaded in their own homes, who are innocent, who are like-minded individuals, who are Western.
9 times out of 10, if the
who are people who are sovereign, who are able to elect and democratically elect their leaders, people who are able to think for themselves. We want those people to survive on the world stage. We don't want people who want us to die to survive on the world stage, but we also don't want to just bomb them arbitrarily. So there's a little bit of nuance here, and if you want to be able to survive on the world stage, you're gonna have to think a little bit more than like one fucking line of code, like aggressor bad, war bad.
Okay. So once again, I just want to know where you stand. Why is it that you're pro-Ukraine but anti-Israel? That's all I'm asking.
I think Israel is ran by a authoritarian who is also responsible for G-signing its neighbors in the name of defending itself and indiscriminately bombing their neighbors and starving them, and for targeting children and women and innocent civilians in places like civilian centers and hospitals and schools in the name of possibly just taking back the land that was ultimately, historically, I believe, Palestinian, right? So I can be against that. I can be against them maybe being somewhat westernized. Maybe if there was a different leader, I'm against the government of Israel. I'm not against the people. And I can hold that stance. There's nuance there, right? I can be against that. And then I can be for Ukraine because they're literally just a sovereign country who one day just had an authoritarian dictator invade them and start slaughtering women and children just like Netanyahu does. And I could be against that.
Okay.
And I could want to fund their defense. I could want them to have the means to defend themselves and protect their homes.
So you're okay with defending Israel and funding them despite their track record?
You mean Ukraine?
No, sir. I said Israel. You just said you can understand that they've done bad things, but you can still want to support them.
I can support the people of Israel. I don't support anyone in that government, that current government, to do what's right now. No.
Where do you think all our money goes?
Gee, I don't know. The military-industrial complex.
No. When we send money to Israel, do you think it goes to the people?
No, it goes to their missile system. It goes to their military.
Politicians. It goes to the military. It goes to everybody but the people. So you say you support the people, but you're not doing anything to actually support the people.
What am I supposed to do? I voted for the candidate who was going to hold them responsible. I voted for the candidate who said, "Hey, we're going to pause giving y'all money until you show us actual coherent war plans to show so you're not just like indiscriminately bombing your neighbors." I voted for that candidate. You voted for the person who said, "Let's help them get it finished as quick as possible. Let's let them do whatever the fuck they want."
And I have to own up to that. But I disagreed with other policies. There were more policies that were more important to me.
I don't know. I don't know what that means. But listen, I've had you for
What do you
30
mean,
minutes.
different policies?
I listen. I've had you for about 30 minutes. Is there anything you want to say before you get on to the next guest?
No, thank you for your time. Sorry if it got a little heated. I wasn't trying to be an asshole at any point. I really wasn't. It was genuinely trying to have an open dialogue, and thank you for taking your time out of your day to have that with me.
Anytime. I want to hear why user 7077 thinks that we promised not to expand NATO. Yo, Bob.
I'm back.
Hey, can you tell me where I can find where we were signers of any sort of agreement to not expand NATO?
Well, it was a verbal agreement from the president and the chief of the CIA and the NATO General Chief of Staff
So
not to
I rest
expand
my
NATO.
case.
You think if
There you go.
if we make a promise and not sign something, then we can just break it for free?
Yes.
Oh, okay. What about when we signed or were, guarantors of the Minsk agreements, and then and France and Germany, the other European signatories, admitted that we just used that to build up Ukraine's army to fight Russia and had no intention of actually making peace?
I don't know if
Is
that's
that
here or
okay?
there. I'm talking about honoring a written agreement, and one of the most sacred agreements that you can make in the universe or in the world, a nuclear peace deal. I think honoring that is a little more important than honoring something that someone said in passing on a stage without any authorization of the rest of the government.
It wasn't on a stage, it was in diplomatic talks, and it was directly involved with the topic of evading nuclear conflicts with nuclear armed powers.
Nice. And Trump says things
Expanding
all the
NATO was
time
a
that I would not want
obvious
him
and
representing.
unnecessary.
Okay. You understand the reason why they don't want NATO to expand
What were you
is
saying there?
because they want to be able to invade Ukraine?
No, I don't think that's true at all.
Why don't you think that's true?
I think they already had trade deals. They already had trade agreements and a high degree of soft power control over Ukraine. They
That
didn't
doesn't.
need to
That
invade
doesn't.
Ukraine to exercise influence in their sphere of influence.
Of course
Until
they could.
NATO de facto took over Ukraine and flooded intermediate range ballistic missiles into their country.
It flooded?
Right on Russia's border. Yeah.
Okay, here's the
Flooded
deal.
weaponry
The reason
and trained privatized battalions and the standard Ukrainian military forces.
Yes, we are
and
helping a
littered their
sovereign
country with
nation
weapons pointed at
we are
Russia.
helping them. Yes, we are
This is
helping
before
them
Russia
defend
invaded.
themselves. When was that?
This is well before Russia invaded.
When was that?
From 2013 to 2021.
Okay, so they invaded in 2014.
They annexed Crimea in 2014.
No,
They
they
didn't
invaded
invade the entire
Ukraine
country until
They
2022.
started the invasion in 2014. Trump also sent them
That's
missiles.
incorrect.
That is all right. Well, I'm gonna have to prove it to you.
I'm pretty well read on this particular topic. I don't think you're going to be able to do that. But I don't know if you saw any of my comments earlier. I actually wanted to talk to you about how to make a better argument against Trump's tariffs.
Okay.
You were basically saying that blanket tariffs are going to shrink the GDP, and Trump's an idiot. And, that's all been said numerous times on the news. I don't think it's very convincing to Trump supporters. They are being sold a false bill of goods that when the United States industrialized, it was only because we had tariffs in place, which is partially true. But what they're missing is that the United States had an industrial policy of the government creating infrastructure to lower the need for higher wages for workers. And also there was private investment in industry. Nowadays, banks and private equity firms would not loan anybody money to open a factory unless they already were fabulously wealthy. What they instead do is they spend their time and energy taking over companies that are already producing goods and services effectively, and then they suck all of the resources and money out of them and lay off employees and just shuffle money around. They're just parasites. So if there were A, smarter designed tariffs, and B, reinvigorated industrial policy that included investment at the public sector in infrastructure like transportation and healthcare, then tariffs could be a useful tool. But when you just say doing these tariffs is bad and stupid, it's not really an argument.
No, I always specify targeted tariffs are just fine sometimes, and in fact, they're not even that great. So yes, you can tariff a country, and we can do something to subsidize that industry here, but essentially all you're doing is buying a couple of votes, and you're also putting people out of a job too, usually. So, for instance, we increase the price or tariffs on steel. So instead of us being able to buy cheap steel from Japan or something or China, we increase the price and give people here homeside the ability to sell some of their steel, and we save a couple thousand jobs. But in in return, we also see the price of, I don't know, homes or cars or other goods go up in price, and reducing the revenue of those companies adjacent to that, and therefore causing people to lose their jobs.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're like 30% in agreement there, but you didn't really make that argument to the previous guy that was on here talking. I think his name was Anthony. I don't think he's aware that the reason that tariffs did have some success, you know, a century plus in the past, is because we had investment in industry and infrastructure for the public.
I guess sure,
I think
yeah.
that's
Like the tariffs right now are completely reckless, because the blanket tariffs target so many things, an infinite amount of things that we have no interest in, and we have currently no investments in right now, like the pharmaceutical stuff, or plastic goods, plastic cheap shit. No one's interested in trying to compete with China in making this. We're not going to be able to sell it to the rest of the world. And if we're tariffing something we're not even competing with China with, it makes no sense. It's just a tax on consumers.
So the big point where I disagree with you there is when you say that nobody's interested in producing these things that we currently don't compete with other countries in. There's products that just a couple of decades ago, we were major competitors or the world dominant exporter of a number of different products. And because of the neoliberal financialization that I was just describing, where the whole MO of finance right now is to just suck productive enterprises dry for short-term profit. That's why we don't compete in all these different industries right now. So whether you leave the tariffs on or take them off, we still have a declining productive industry in the United States, and we're moving more and more into strictly service and gig economy.
I still stand on the fact that no one's interested. If you're a child going through high school, and you say, hey, what do you think about getting out of high school and being part of a manufacturing facility that makes plastic shit? Nobody cares. Nobody wants to do that. No, there's no one daydreaming out there saying, you know what, one day I want to start a plastic fucking gadget factory in the United States. Nobody's doing that right now. But if you ask them, hey, I want to start making microchips, I want to start making EVs, I want to be on the forefront of industrializing batteries. That sounds like something that we want to do. And when we talk about like the amount of people that need jobs and the fact that we're in a declining population, we do have to be very choosy with this stuff. So when it comes to this versus computer chips, I choose computer chips, and that's what I mean.
Well, I think a much better word would be able instead of want. No one in this country who doesn't already have an enormous amount of capital is able to start producing anything at scale. If they do start producing something that becomes desirable, typically what happens is they get bought up. Somebody buys the intellectual property. Somebody buys
you're skipping the part where it's not even a viable industry. You're skipping the part where it's not even a viable industry. It has to be something specialized.
You're saying that toys is not a viable industry to make something and make a profit?
Not in America, no.
Well, you're just asserting that. I'm just making the point that whatever the product is that we may not be competitive in right now, the problem is that we've had a de-industrialization in this country. So there's not even the physical machinery anymore. And if you come up with a design to build that physical machinery, you're probably not going to get a loan to do it.
It doesn't even matter. It's neither here nor there, because it's still China. When it comes to these things, they're going to be able to produce them cheaper. And yes, they are far more industrialized, and they have the machinery, and they have the tools to make these things faster and better.
And why
more
is
efficiently.
that? Why is China?
Because they started industrializing.
Position?
They industrialized years and years and years ago. They're ahead of us.
Well, so did the United States. We were ahead of China when they began to industrialize. We aided them in their industrialization from the late 70s onwards.
Yeah, because the nature of their economy. The nature of their economy allows them to compete with us in a much better. They literally keep the value of the yuan and their standard of living low artificially, so that they can do this, so they can be a net exporter.
Chinese standard of living is rapidly exceeding the United States.
Okay, I'm talking the cost of it though.
Yeah, but that's my point about infrastructure. Like whether you want to use tariffs or not, if you want to have high quality, high standard of living, which I think the best indicator would be life expectancy and the trends of life expectancy. And if you want to have competitive industries, you need to invest in public infrastructure.
Sure,
And
I
China
agree.
does a very good job of that.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that's very controversial. I'm just saying that when it costs $500 to have a penthouse suite in China, and the minimum wage or the average wage is based on cost of living, they don't have to pay their workers very much. Therefore, they can very much they can compete with us in making things very cheap.
That's fine. I don't even think we necessarily fundamentally disagree there. My point is that a better argument for Trumpers about tariffs is, look, if you want to use tariffs, you're putting the cart before the horse. You have no industrial policy. You have no marshaling of public funds or attempts to entice private funding into industry or public infrastructure. None of that is happening. So you can't have, effective tariffs.
There's only one side
even
doing
if you
that.
wanted those.
Yeah, there's only one side doing that.
Which side is that? Is that your party?
Yeah.
How are they doing that?
Chips and Science Act, Inflation Reduction Act, Infrastructure Bill.
You mean where they're just sucking up companies from Taiwan and bringing them to the United States or South Korea?
Isn't that what you want?
No, absolutely not. Those industries were fine there. They were good for the people of those countries. I would want public investment and either enticing or coercing a private investment into rebuilding industry in the United States.
Like this?
It's not impossible to build a chip manufacturer, native grown in the United States that can compete with those ones.
Yeah.
But only if you're willing to stick it to your donors.
We have
who are busy sucking up productive companies and laying off their workers.
Look at this: public investments, private investments, Chips and Science Act. Biden did that. Our party did that. Jill Stein didn't do shit.
Yeah, where's all the new factories?
It takes years to make.
How about for the infrastructure bill? Where's all the new bridges and roads?
They're there.
That aren't privatized?
Do you want me to show you?
Being asset recycled.
Do
you know about asset recycling in that bill?
No.
So
are you
that
just
bill
talking about
incentivizes what's called. I'm talking about the infrastructure bill.
Are you just talking
if
about?
We're talking about if we're talking about necessary conditions to have competitive industries, we agreed a minute ago that having solid and improving public infrastructure is a necessity, right?
Yeah.
So the infrastructure bill that the Democrats passed in the last term incentivizes what's called asset recycling, which means that to fund new public infrastructure, you have to sell off existing public infrastructure and privatize it. So you're putting tolls on it. You're taking good infrastructure out of the public domain to fund a smaller amount of infrastructure that you're going to build. So you've just privatized a bunch of infrastructure is really all that bill accomplished.
Okay, but it also spent.
So that's
what was like $1.2 trillion.
We just agreed a minute ago.
Okay,
$1.2 trillion for graft and gambling. Privatization. That's what you
not what it all went to. No.
Yeah, it did.
All of it went to graft and gambling.
I'm saying that for any public project that gets funds from that bill that wants to make new public infrastructure, the municipality or state that is wanting to build that new infrastructure has to sell off existing infrastructure. That's corruption. That's private. Yes, that's a mechanism of the funding. Is in order to fund all of these different projects, an enormous quantity of them have to include funding coming from asset recycling, which is just a fancy way of saying corruption.
So if they want a new bridge, they have to sell the old bridge.
Yeah.
And it would go towards the building of the new bridge.
Yeah.
And that would require them to do tolls on all these bridges.
No, it's not requiring the city or the state to impose tolls. It's selling the asset to a private owner who obviously is going to.
So in every instance where like we're rolling out internet or we're building waterways,
not in every single instance, but in
so you just have a grievance
of the projects funded by the infrastructure bill, you are required to privatize existing infrastructure to build new ones, meaning that you have a net zero change of public infrastructure.
Got it. I will look into that.
I mean, if you want to talk, you were talking about China and their successes a minute ago. California has been trying to build one high-speed rail network up and down their state for decades. In that same time frame, China has built high-speed electric rail around essentially their entire country. Their country is the same size as ours. So, I just don't have a lot of patience for people who say, "Oh, it takes a while to build the factories and the
It
roads
takes
and
like
the
5
bridges
or
and
10 years to
everything."
build a
It's because
factory.
it's because people are sucking money out of it at every chance because we prioritize public-private partnerships. The government won't get its hands dirty and do anything itself. They have to sell off little contracts to get piecemeal parts of it done, and eventually they have to drastically exceed the original budget, which could have paid for the project if one person did it, but they just let everybody take their little slice of the pie and run away. So if that's what you want to support, I mean, call me when California finishes their high-speed rail network. I mean, I live in Mexico right now. Mexico is building high-speed rail faster than the United States. Mexico has a third of the population and a much lower GDP per capita.
Yeah.
All these people in the chat saying that Trump's not building any of this stuff. I'm not a Trump supporter. I don't think that he's capable of doing anything positive for anybody in our country or the rest of the world any more than I think Biden is. My advocacy is that we, you know, use a little bit of our stones, a little bit of guts, a little bit of hard work, and build alternatives that'll actually serve us. Somebody live the beach life says California has to buy property. China just took it. That's incorrect. China uses eminent domain just exactly the same way that the United States does, except they pay better for what they seize during eminent domain.
No, he's not a Trump voter. I know my people want to hear from a Trump voter soon. I appreciate you coming up. I respect you. I think you're very
I'll
smart.
get out of here.
But I think Jill Stein
Yeah.
sucks, and I think that we should also do
That's
better.
fine. I'm not a Jill Stein stan.
All right,
I'm
I
not
think
advocating
we should
people
do
all join the
better.
Green Party.
And not, I mean, you're in Mexico, so I mean, you're not even. Are you even a voter here?
I am a voter in the United States. I moved to Mexico when my wife was deported.
When was that? Recently?
Coming up 4 years ago.
Damn.
Working on it. I think we'll be back hopefully within the year.
Oof. Well, I wish you luck, man.
Yeah, man. I will say I've seen a lot of I don't know if it's just the algorithms changing, but I've seen a lot more people coming up on YouTube and TikTok that are like small time politics talk shows for Trump or for the Democrats. And I just kind of like bounce around. And I will say at least, I think a lot of the things that we disagree on, we should probably talk more and compare sources, because I think a lot of times we just kind of reach a point of disagreement and then you'll just say, well, I just don't think you just characterize it in a more positive light. So I think we disagree there, but at least you are honest and you don't just yell over people. I do appreciate that. There's other people on here who are just like, they get excited and like to browbeat a lot more. And I appreciate you at least talking pretty civilly.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for the kind words, man.
Yeah, I'll head out of here. Have a good one.
You too.
Hey, Pickles.
What's up, bub?
Hey, no, I would agree with what he just said about you. I was a little annoyed. You had a lady on a couple last week. She was pretty nasty, but you personally, you do a good job because I'm a staunch Trump supporter, and people just like they're so arrogant and they're so into their feelings. Like you just sat there and listened to the guy. You know what I mean? Like you don't get that much else. I mean, really, and I'm not going to say this because I'm a Trump supporter, because I'm not into Republicans and Democrats. I think they're all terrible. But the Democrats have got to chill. They are so in their feelings. It's incredible on TikTok. It's like they're babies. I'm like, come on, guys, let's just talk. I mean, I'm not right about. Listen, I thought George Bush was awesome. How wrong was I? You know what I mean? So, you know, and everybody's different ages and different cultures and different experiences. It's like, can we just talk, Pete? Please, just everybody, instead of cursing at each other and all this stuff. It's so stupid. But anyway, listen, this is what I wanted to say to you. I got onto the live when you were talking about Ukraine and Russia. You know, I can argue like that guy was about Obama overthrowing the democratically elected president of Ukraine and sending missiles there. I could say all that stuff, but it doesn't really matter. And here's why.
He was pro-Russian. That's why.
No, here's why. Because the inception and reason for the North Atlantic Treaty Organization was to keep Russia from expanding when they were the Soviet Union. So when we talk about NATO and Russia, as soon as the wall came down, Gorbachev, tear down that wall, blah, blah, blah. That was it. NATO's purpose was done. And since then, it's been nothing but a small-time UN money laundering operation.
I don't agree. How many times has Russia attacked their neighbors since the fall of the USSR?
Several
dozen times. That's why they're still alive.
Well, no, they haven't attacked Poland. They haven't attacked.
They're drooling at the idea of attacking Poland.
Yeah, but see, here's the problem now. Here is the problem. You then change it. Pickles, then write them a letter and tell them to change the name and say this is the anti-Russia organization.
Oh, they don't need to. Oh,
no, but
do you mean NATO? Oh, I don't care what it's called anymore. Why are we so focused on like what it's called?
Because words matter. Because they
North
denote
Atlantic
ideas.
Treaty?
They denote ideas. Who's in, who's out, and why. Ukraine was part of Russia. Georgia was part of Russia. See, and what my biggest issue I have with the pro-Ukraine idea is that if we have a good relationship with Canada or Mexico, but I'll tell you one thing, if Russia installed missiles in Mexico, what would we do to Mexico?
Yeah, if Mexico was somebody who constantly was invaded by us, was attacked by us every 4 years, and they came and put missiles on the border of it, I wouldn't blame them. And I also wouldn't say, hey, if Mexico came and invaded if Mexico came and invaded us and we asked for aid, you wouldn't say, hey, let's end that war by laying down. Like, I'm in Texas. If Mexico came and invaded Texas, do you think that some other country on the other side of the planet goes, you need to stop doing war, Pickles. You need to stop defending your home country. Anybody who sends money to Pickles to defend his home is advocating for war. You know how incoherent that is?
Yeah, but that part, that's where we agree. Why? You know, we're trying to like tell these countries that are almost, you know, halfway around the world how to operate, whether it's Iraq, Afghanistan, Israel. I could just go on and on. Right now, Ukraine. It's always the same story. I don't want us to be there. I think people are good enough to figure it out on their own. You see, you know what I mean? So then if we have to be there, let's look at it, the whole thing. Because like I said, whether we were invading Mexico or not, if Russia listen, the whole thing about my analogy with Mexico and putting is proven, the Cuban Missile Crisis, right? So it's like we came this close to nuclear war with Russia because they put missiles in another communist state, Cuba.
Listen, this is neither here nor there because Russia's had neighbors with NATO since the early 2000s, Lithuania, Latvia. If you were to say this is what instigated it, you're wrong because it's been that way forever. And that's what they get for trying to fucking invade them all the goddamn time, for attacking their neighbors. That's what they get. If anybody wants to be a part of a defensive treaty, defensive treaty, they are welcome to. They should have the sovereignty. They should have the sovereignty to do so.
Yeah, but then you have other things that come into play too. Like, I want you to look this up too when you get a chance. Boris Johnson, they had a deal. The president of Ukraine, can't think of his name right now. The former comedian, and Putin had a deal before any shots were fired. And Boris Johnson ran over there from England and ran over there and somehow strong-armed Zelensky to not sign it. And then all this happened. Why? What did he say to him? What did Boris Johnson have over Zelensky to make him do that?
How many times has Russia went back on a ceasefire?
I get that. I understand. But
why would you ever trust a country to agree to a peace treaty or a ceasefire who is historically, very recently, went back, I think it's over 24 times?
Because a shot hadn't been fired yet.
When? Was this before 2014?
No, this is right before February of 2022.
So you're wrong. Because 2014 is when this conflict started. Do you remember Trump sending them missiles? He bragged about it. He goes, I sent Ukraine Javelin missiles. I gave them, Obama gave them blankets. I sent them Javelin missiles.
But then you're wrong about that, because I could just say, no, it was back during Bush's term when he went into Georgia.
Yeah. Again, another.
Honestly, Pickles, this is 1,000-year history you're talking about. You're not talking about United States.
So now you agree that Russia and the USSR are one and the same?
No, what I'm saying is you keep wanting to pinpoint a start date. You can go 1,000 years back, is what I'm saying. So, they had a good deal on the table, ready to sign. Yes, he goes back on his word, blah, blah, blah. But you have to try for peace. And it seems like everybody lately, except for Trump, and I know you don't want to hear that, is pining for war. And if it's war, it's going to be nasty.
You said except for war. Trump?
Yeah.
Are you reading the news?
Listen, do I like what he's doing right now? I think he should walk away from Israel. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like any.
So you admit that's not true?
No. There are degrees to everything. If you lined up everybody as on the left side, and I don't mean it. On the top side is a warmonger, and the bottom side is a peacenik. If you line everybody up on a gauge, that's all I'm saying, bro. Listen, the devil uses absolutes to get us to be divided. You want to say he's absolutely a warmonger or he's absolutely a peacenik. That's not reality. That's la la land.
I'm not saying absolutes. Listen, for you to say you're absolutely against all war, that's where I can hold you to the wall on this. But now you're not. You're for.
No. I didn't say all war. If somebody comes here, we have to defend ourselves.
Come on.
If somebody, you know what I mean? But what I'm saying is, you tell me,
you're not older millennial, by the way, right? You're not older millennial. You're not older millennial. This isn't older millennial, right?
No, I'm gonna be 50 next year, bro.
No, I just thought your username. Older millennial's name is Joseph too. People in the comments are saying that you're older millennial. This isn't older millennial. No.
I'm Gen X, people.
No, like there's a username. His name is older millennial.
Yeah, no, I know.
This isn't him.
No. So it's like you take a look at. Let's just run down the list. You take a look at John McCain. You take a look at Lindsey Graham. Take a look at George Bush. Take a look at Obama. He killed an American citizen overseas in Yemen. Okay.
Yeah. He was a terrorist, though, right?
Listen, he was accused of being a terrorist. No due process. We know we've had that argument for the last 3 months.
Yeah, you only get due process if you're here on American soil.
That's completely untrue.
That is literally true. Anybody here in our jurisdiction is due process.
Okay. You're definitely wrong on that, but I don't want to argue it because I want to stay focused on this. So you have Chuck Schumer. I can run down a list of Democrats and Republicans that love war. They love the industrial on both sides of the aisle. I said that they love the military-industrial complex. They love the money they make off of it. And you're smiling because you know what I'm saying is right. And that's the thing. Every other president, Pickles, I want your whole place to hear this, okay? Every other president came out of their presidency with more money than they went in. Trump's the only one. He doesn't care about the money.
Yeah. No, stop.
What am I
He's
spitting on
literally
you?
he literally has gained 40% of his own wealth since he's came into presidency this time, using his meme coin. Stop it. Stop.
Okay. All right. So it's been 4 months, 5 months. Okay. Talk about the first one because that was our first whole.
No one can prove what his wealth is. No, this is literally just speculation. These are just Facebook memes that are floating around. There's no one can prove that. No one knows what Trump's actual net worth is, and literally he's been caught lying, and a court has proven that he literally just lies about his self-worth all the time on paper. No one knows what the fuck he's worth.
Nobody else does. I never heard anybody else.
Okay, so now you admit that's true, though, right?
No, but what I'm saying is, it is not true. Okay, so Nancy Pelosi made all her money on insider trading. Right?
You guys are so crazy. Can you name one Republican that has?
Yes, probably more than half of them.
Yes.
The
yes.
guy
for y'all to even for you to even mention Nancy Pelosi in this conversation is insane. If you actually looked up, there's a thing called.
She's the architect.
No, she's not.
She's got the app that you can download on your phone. She's the point of that app that they downloaded.
Okay, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's literally she's dumber than a fucking box of hair. And in her first term in Congress, she's made $40 million. Same thing with Lauren fucking Boebert.
Okay, Pickles, you're making my point.
But Nancy Pelosi's worth 250, and she's been doing this for her whole life.
Well, yes, and come on, that's a silly argument. You think she was making $40 million a year in 1972?
Her husband's literally a traitor. Her husband does this for a living.
Traitor with a D, folks. He meant traitor with a D. But listen, all I'm trying to say is, when do we all collectively stop fighting each other, like I said in the beginning, and start saying, wait a minute, all these elites, either side of the aisle, everything's so hyper focused on Trump, 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 Trump. It's like, really? We've been getting hosed for so long, and now all of a sudden we want to talk about we're getting hosed.
Yes, the paradigm shift with Trump, it's so blatant, it's so in the open. The big beautiful bill is the most dangerous thing I've seen in my life. It literally, yes, it is so disgusting. And for us to say, oh, it's all the same, why are you guys so obsessed with Trump, is crazy, because Trump is just out there doing this so cavalier. And you guys are just finding yourselves. I can feel like the struggle some of y'all have defending this day in and day out. Some of this stuff is so the $400 million jet. Come on, dude.
No problem with that whatsoever. I have no
Why?
problem defending it. Are you kidding me?
The $400 million jet. If
Listen,
Biden
you know how
can't.
old I am. How old are you?
I'm 36.
Okay. Can we talk about something more serious? We're both smart people. We're trying to be smart. We're trying to read. We're trying to learn. And you're going to talk about a jet that you know is not his. You know it's the United States government.
Okay, when Trump leaves office, does he get to use it?
I don't think he would use it, but can he?
What?
Like legally?
Yes.
No,
He is literally planning on using it. Yes.
It will either be the next president's Air Force One, if that president wants it.
No, it's going to the presidential library. It's going to Trump.
I was just going to say, or it would be in a library.
Okay, the library just means it's in his name, and he gets to use it anytime he wants. That's what it's for. That's the loophole he's using. If Biden did this, you guys would go fucking nuts. You guys would be fucking charging the White House with guns.
He does it all out in the open. He's not trying to hide anything. Biden's, come on, dude.
If Trump's not going to use it when he leaves office, why doesn't he just like leave it? Why doesn't he just not take it from the people who fund
I heard him
Hamas?
say he's not going to use it, so I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, well,
but we can't trust Trump, right?
No, we
can't take him for what he says.
No, he lies vehemently.
There you go.
He
So
spews shit out of his mouth. His fucking mouth, his lips look like a fucking asshole. He just spews shit.
So while you're worried about his plane, all these other politicians are screwing us all over. That's what I'm saying.
Trump is literally taking money from the people who fund Hamas, and you're going, why don't we just look anywhere else? Can you show me anywhere else where it's more flagrantly in the open that someone is corrupt and God knows what he's doing behind closed doors in return for that $400 million jet? What do you think? Why do you think you guys were going fucking ham when you thought Biden was taking a couple $1 million from China, but when he gets $400 million jet and he promises not to use it when he gets out, come on, dude.
Yeah. He always seems to be right. He always seems to, in the end.
He's literally the biggest liar on 30,000 documented lies.
Yeah, I know. That was cute. They did that about 3 weeks into his first term. It's like, wow. He did a lot
that was
of talking
over.
for 3
That was
weeks.
after his first term.
Yeah, I know. And no, by the way, it wasn't Pickles. It was like literally 2 years into his term.
No, it was
document came out.
He literally, I can do this all day. I can just find a lie this week that was the biggest thing ever. I just did this with another guest. Who pays?
All overreaction.
Stop. Who pays the tariffs? Do foreign countries? Do exporting countries? Are tariffs a tax on a foreign country?
Yes. Yeah, and by the way, that other guest you had on. Remember when you guys were talking about the whole China thing and you were saying something to the effect that they have found ways to build these things, quicker and cheaper? Remember you were saying that?
Yeah.
Called slave labor. Can I say the S word on TikTok?
Spare me. You guys are America first, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Child slave labor. I didn't say it right.
You guys are reversing child labor laws in states like Florida. Spare me. You guys are America first, right? You don't care about people dying in Ukraine, but all of a sudden, children in China, you're willing to pay extra taxes to stop child slave labor?
No. That's not why I'm paying it. That's not why any of these tariffs are going into place. It's going in to make it so that they cannot use child slave labor to get over on us.
Okay. Again, it's not going to stop them. In no way is this going to affect. In fact, the only way to stop them from using child slave labor is to continue trading with them. And as years go by, less and less of it happens. The standard of living is getting insane in China. They're becoming more developed than us. They're on a trajectory to beat us. That's why Trump is shitting bricks. That's why he's doing everything he can to stop them, because we have been brainwashed and propagandized for the last tens of years to think that China is this evil communist country and that there's just no hope. People are just starving over there, and it turns out they're beating us in almost every sense of the word. They're beating us. They're more industrialized. They're advanced in technology more than us. They're beating us.
And so they are. All of our antibiotics come from there. Isn't that a problem?
Yeah. Okay. Now, again, I'm going to do this exercise with you. If we were to take antibiotics or a manufacturing facility in China and we copy their blueprints down to the blades of grass that they have outside, and we put it here in America and we competed with them, who would make a cheaper product that the world would buy? Who would have more customers, us or them?
China. Or excuse me, China.
China. Right? So this is all in vain. This is all just dumb, right? Tariffs don't fix this.
Pickles, because of the child slave labor.
Okay, and again, this doesn't. We are 13% of their customers. You think we're going to stop child slave labor? And again, the way to stop child slave labor is just to continue trading with them so that they can become more developed.
There's been some reports out there that they're on the brink of a economic depression.
No, they're not.
Well, there's been reports. What can I tell you? I mean,
okay. Well, Florida's out there trying to make it to where these poor kids who are yearning for the mines can work overnights.
And that's another thing that's pretty funny too. Like, we're talking about how great China is right now, but Russia's not. They're communist.
Look, Russia is okay.
You're
I'm
picking
flagged.
your communist.
I honestly think that they're proving to be more effective at the economy than us, and we can't judge them anymore. But Russia is a shithole because of the way it's being ran, because of how corrupt their oligarchy is, because Putin controls the media, because he's invading his neighbors and he's convinced that his people need to do so because they're fighting Yazis or because they're fighting people who are doing black magic. That's how fucked up Russia is. Because people have tuberculosis and they're in the hospital every fucking 2 weeks. Because HIV is running rampant, so much so that they stopped reporting the numbers on it. That's why Russia's bad.
Okay. All right. I'm glad you told me that, because I'm confused. I get very confused because a lot of times, we're talking about like, oh, socialism's good here and it's good over here, but I never see socialism work. I never see communism work.
Dang, it looks like China's beating the fuck out of us right now, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. You're saying communism's working in China, but it's not working in Russia.
It's the leader in Russia that's really fucking that up for him. And I don't think Russia's communist. They are capitalists. They have a free market.
But isn't the whole point of communism? Wait, what'd you say?
Yes, Russia is. They were communists back in the USSR. They're not communists anymore.
I'll have to, Pickles, I will get back to you on that one. I'm gonna definitely research that. Can you tell me what communism is, bro? Yeah, when the state owns everything and you have to, go out and get your piece and work it, and then everybody gets the same.
Communism is a classless, moneyless, stateless society.
Okay, whatever that means. You want to elaborate?
Well, they have money, they have classes, they have a state. They are not communist. Communist is literally something that's almost unachievable. It's for everybody to do their part according to each of their abilities. Like if we had a small commune in the middle of the desert, I don't know, you would be milking cows and I would be
growing corn.
Doing whatever. That's what communism is, and we wouldn't have money.
Right. Yeah, that you know where that was tried?
Where?
In America, with William Bradford. And it failed miserably. The whole story of Thanksgiving with the Indians and everything.
All right.
That wasn't the Indians saving us. That was us figuring out that everybody gets to work their land and they get to keep 100% of it.
All right.
That's how capitalism started.
We're going off on a tangent. I don't know where it's tried and failed. I'm not a communist. But I'm saying where maybe socialism is mixed into the economy, those things have worked. Socialist policies, social safety nets do wonders for economies.
Okay, so what is China then?
I think they're a socialist capitalist country.
But their initials have the word communism in it.
No, they have a part that is a party of the Chinese politics. See the CCP. That not all of the the government is communist. It's like we have Republicans and Democrats. They have a CCP party.
What's one of the C stand for?
Communist.
Okay. When's this CCP gonna get voted out by the other party?
I don't know. Yeah, they're socialist market economy. That's what China is.
How long has this CCP been the head of the state?
I don't know. I don't know if they're the head.
One of the people, somebody just said Joseph thinks he's smart. The other one said read a book. It's like we're sitting here talking, guys. Grow up. Just grow up. Me and Pickles are having a nice conversation. We're trying to figure things out. He doesn't know everything. I don't know everything. And none of you know everything. So just do me a favor. Try to grow up a little bit. You know, put some comments in there that will uplift the conversation, not take it down, either against me or Pickle.
China is a one-party system, so I stand corrected. China is a one-party system. Chinese Communist Party, CCP dominates. There are 8 minor political parties that participate in the political system under the leadership of the CCP. These minor parties are not independent and must accept the CCP's leadership.
Can you please reprimand all your commenters that are making fun of me?
No, because they shit on me too all day. You got to take it.
All right, I'll take it. Because you take it, Pickles, I'll take it. But I don't know. It's just stupid. I really, like I said, I gotta get going. But the whole thing with this whole Middle East is out of control, dude. And I'm with you. I'm not happy about what Trump's doing. But any other president, we'd be in World War III right now. Any of these politicians, these American politicians, if they were president, we'd be in World War III right now. And
I think it's silly. No, I think Trump is very emotional, very reactionary. You could literally just like antagonize him in the media and watch him retaliate immediately without thinking. You can see him make literal domestic and foreign policy based on someone like insulting him. He's very easily manipulated. I think that's the exact opposite of what you said is literally true. I think anybody else like Kamala Harris would have been just fine.
But it's hard to say that when his whole 4 year, the whole first 4 years, there was no new war started, but Bush,
it doesn't mean anything to me.
Clinton, Biden, all of them had new wars. But he got lucky?
Yeah, he just got lucky, literally, yes.
Okay. All right. I'll go with you with the luck.
Like, Trump doesn't care. He is so uninformed on geopolitics. He's taken 12 intelligence briefings in the last 100 days. Biden's first 100 days, 92.
Biden took intelligence briefings.
Yes.
That's an oxymoron.
You're funny, but that's the fact. That's the fact.
And let me just tell you something else. This is an old one. I'd rather be lucky than good. So if you want to go with the luck thing with Trump, I'm with you. I have no problem with that. Because everybody else is not good. They suck. So I'd rather be good.
I could be the leader of a Middle Eastern country and say, "Hey Trump, fuck you." And I could watch him put sanctions on my country, things that would affect geopolitics to a degree that could cause actual conflict. That is what Trump is like. And for you to be like, "Oh, well, his last administration, nothing big happened," is silly. For you to not acknowledge the fact that is the nature of how Trump is silly.
Yeah, but you're trying to tell me something that, like, he is, the way he operates, whether you believe it or not, that's the way he operates. That's the way he's always. I'm from New Jersey.
Do you think that causes more or less, that is more likely or less likely to cause an international conflict? It's more. The answer is more.
No, the historical data tells us it's less.
Okay, because he was golfing most of his last presidency, he had no idea what the fuck was going on. Doesn't mean that we're somehow this like big superpower and Trump is the bringer of peace. He can't even get along with his own people. He can't even fucking get along with our own states. We're literally, our country is more divided than ever. Do you think that he makes friends on the world stage somehow?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is he's been the same way his entire life.
And he has no friends. He has literally no friends. Yeah.
I don't care if he has friends. I don't care if he's a pastor. I don't care if he uses foul language. I don't care about anything. It's funny because all the useless, mostly one-sided media, they're the ones now coming out writing books about Biden, how he doesn't know what's going on, and you're trying to tell me Trump doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, well, they already did that for Trump, and you said they just have Trump derangement syndrome. So if you want to acknowledge Biden's books, we're going to have to read Trump's too. The ones that call him a fascist. Literally,
everybody calls him a fascist.
Literally, he wrote executive orders about for the DOJ to investigate somebody who wrote a book about him.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's funny how, like, even now this media is coming out, and it's not because they're magnanimous or because they're got good morals. It's because they got caught. They all got caught.
No,
covering.
Trump is the most controversial person to ever walk the earth, and there's a lot to write about.
He's definitely the most investigated ever.
Yeah,
and
and
he's still
there's
your
he's done a
president.
lot of bad things.
And he's still your president. What does that mean?
That means a lot of people were tricked into voting for him.
No. What I mean is no human being in the entirety of humanity has been investigated more than Trump.
Yeah.
And
And
yet here
nobody
he
has
is.
done the heinous
One-
things that Trump has done, because no one has been, besides maybe Hitler, nobody is such a malignant narcissist to think they can get away with doing things like installing fake slates of electors after an election they lost, or I don't know, holding onto classified documents even after NARA and the FBI is asking for them for a year and a half, and
What,
then
next to the
pretending to
Corvette?
be and pretending to be a victim.
Next to the Corvette? Is that where you put him?
You know what? If someone asked Biden for documents and he gave them right back, that's one thing. But for Trump to say he doesn't have them, he was charged for withholding classified documents, not for accidentally
Listen,
having them. He
I
was
don't wanna
charged for
litig-
withholding them.
I don't want to litigate all the Trump dumb charges. I'm just saying a simple fact. Pickles. Is Trump the most investigated person ever in the history of humanity?
Yes, probably.
How in the world did he win a second unconsecutive term to the presidency?
Because you need to watch.
That's what you got to come to terms with, Pickles.
All right, Joseph, do you ever do movie nights?
What do you mean?
Do you ever watch movies?
I love movies. Yes, I love movies.
I want you to get a pen and paper. I want you to watch a movie for me.
Dude, I'm doing it right now, dude. Sitting at my desk, flipping my little sticky note over. Go ahead.
It's called Where Is My Roy Cohn? Cohn.
Where I know who Roy Cohn is.
Watch that movie.
Where is Roy?
If you're wondering how Trump is so slippery and gets away with everything he does, watch that.
But look at his even now with the tariffs, with even these wars, with the immigration, with protests, all that, even now he's got an incredibly high approval rating.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
He
At
broke
this
his
point,
own
it's-
record for having the lowest in recent history.
No, oh my gosh. Where are you getting this information from?
Fox.
Well, who's Fox? The one that called Arizona at 8 o'clock at night, which means it's only 4 o'clock over there? Excuse me, 5 o'clock.
Fox literally gave us this.
That
Yes,
Fox News?
yes, the right-leaning conservative news channel. Yes.
Yeah. Now I know you're not as researched as you really should be, Pickles, because anybody who's anything of a Trump supporter does not support Fox News.
I literally just had an argument with somebody who says Fox is the most fair news, literally on this live.
Well, that guy's an idiot.
Well, I agree.
I mean, I don't mean to call him names. He just doesn't know. They called Arizona at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Okay.
That's how Biden won the election.
All right. Nobody.
They called it before
Y'all
CNN.
need to bring it to court. Bring it to court. Every time y'all do, nothing happens. Even Trump-appointed judges,
No, no,
17
no.
of them says nothing to see.
I'm not arguing that. I'm telling you a fact. Are you arguing the fact that they called it at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time?
I don't even know if
They
that's
called
true.
Ari-
I don't know. I don't know if
That
that's
is
true. I
true.
don't know if
That-
it's controversial or not.
That is the day I stopped watching Fox News.
Okay, well, Trump brought 62 lawsuits to court saying that things were stolen from him, and all 62 of them got thrown out. 17 of those were judges that he appointed, and I have no confidence whatsoever that Trump has any evidence saying or showing that these elections were manipulated in any sort of way on a scale that would have affected the election. And he cried about
Fox
it for 4
News
years straight.
manipulated them. Fox News manipulated
Fox
the election.
News
by
can't
calling it
manipulate
Fox.
the election. He can't.
They certainly can. This is what happens. They call it at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, which makes it
They
7
don't get to
o'clock.
decide who wins.
No, but people get to decide, oh, he already lost. I'm not going to go vote. And once he lost Arizona, that was it. It was over. You don't win Arizona, you're not winning. That's called manipulation.
All right.
Manipulation doesn't mean you go and like change ballots. That's manipulation too. It's sort of like due process. What's due process? What is manipulation? There's many forms of it.
Joseph, you're killing me today. You're killing me.
Because I'm trying to make you not be myopic.
You're killing me. Joseph, I think I'm ready for my next guest.
All right, man. Thank you so much for the time. I really appreciate it. And Tell your commenters to just chill out. It'll be okay.
Before you go, Candy, thank you for the $20. It says, ask him what the most fair news network is.
That's hard to say. It's kind of like we got to just figure it out, like we're doing right now. You say some things that I got to go research. I say some things that you got to go research. You know what I mean? I like to get stuff off I see stuff off of Twitter. I follow a lot of people I disagree with politically on Twitter, or excuse me, X. Just like I said, we just got to look at everything and not be so focused in on one idea or one news network. Or, I mean, all the news networks, when you think about it, like for instance, take Newsmax, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're so far to the right. I don't really watch them, because if I were to watch them, then how could I argue with somebody who doesn't agree with me?
Yeah, I agree. They're horrible. Don't ever watch Newsmax.
No, they're good. They have a lot of facts, and it's entertaining. But as far as like, if that's all I watched, I wouldn't be able to. What's that mean? You're live.
Damn, I gotta remove you, Joseph. Have a good day. All right.
Yeah, get rid of me. All right, dude. I'll talk to you later.
Oh my god. Chat, if you want to fund my if you want to help my Excedrin fund and pay for my antidepressants, my Cash App and Venmo is in my bio. We got enough for another few days. I do have PayPal, guys. My this is for those who don't know, you can go to my profile and click this link right here, and all of my stuff is here: Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. Thank you, Jennifer, for $20 for medicine money. I gotta hide your number. Oh my God, Candy, thank you. Excedrin and weed, thank you, Candy. I also have a wish list. If you guys want to go crazy, I have a wish list. But what's up, MJP?
Hey Ben, how are you doing?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
I would say, to be honest, at this point, I don't really think so. But I just wanted to talk about a couple of points that were made previously. I would say, well, let me get it out of the way that at the time of the vote, I was unable to vote due to my geolocation, so to speak. And was unable to vote, but I probably wouldn't have voted anyways, just because I would say I was more of a Trump supporter in 2016 than I am now. I've kind of strayed away from it just because I kind of came to the realization that on a foreign policy, which I think is the biggest issue that the US has, they kind of are bipartisan on their foreign policy, and I am not for it. But um, I just wanted to talk to you briefly. I've been here since one of the guests was talking about um, Ukraine, Israel, and whatnot. I just wanted to talk to you about a little bit about that. So, in terms of Ukraine, you believe that the U.S. has some say or right to defend Ukraine?
Yeah.
And you said that your reasoning behind that was due to the Budapest Memorandum?
Yeah, if what you're gonna point to is the fact that you don't know what Security Council means, then I can help you with that.
No, I was just going to reference the Budapest Memorandum specifically, and just say that in clause 4, it says that, I mean, I understand where it comes from, but the US doesn't really have it doesn't have a say in defending Ukraine.
based off of Clause 4. There has to be nuclear weapons involved in order for them to defend them.
It's not true. It says or, and also clause number 1 says they must respect the borders of that country, the sovereignty and the
Yes.
borders of that country.
Yes, it says that those countries specifically have to respect it, but it doesn't say any of those countries have to respond in violating the Clause 1.
So clause 4 says and or, by the way. It says I'll bring it up. It doesn't require nuclear threat, but by the way, Russia has threatened with nukes multiple times now. So I think it is warranted, even if that's your contingency.
Mm-hmm.
But it's and or.
Here, let me just look it up. I'm thinking of it from memory. Let me see if you're right, because you may entirely be right on this. So, okay, I got it here. Proliferation of nuclear weapons. If Ukraine should become a victim of an act of aggression or an object of a threat of aggression in which nuclear weapons are used. So, in that case, I will retract my statement on that. But again, I don't. So, are you saying because of the Budapest Memorandum, in this case, that America has a right to defend Ukraine in this case, even though in the memorandum itself it doesn't say that any of those other nations need to defend Ukraine if one breaks it? That usually has to be explicitly stated in memorandums or treaties.
I'm not an expert on the verbiage of these things.
Okay.
But
Well, I'm
people like Marco Rubio agree, who's also part of Trump's administration now.
Okay. Right.
He's outright stated this. Lindsey Graham agrees that this is also the case, who's also a Republican.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think this is very controversial, besides to maybe some layman people kind of like us.
Yeah, no, I was going to say that in that case, I mean, I'm not a big fan of either Democrats or Republicans supporting it. Basically, I mean, if they're using the Budapest Memorandum as a reason to fund Ukraine, I think that's an issue. Not only that, but um, Ukraine is also selling our weapons to, foreign adversaries of the United States, and that has to be looked into. I mean, there's literally drone pictures of the border with cartel members. They have Javelin missiles, Javelin anti-tank weapons, that are in their possession. And as far as we know, we've only really given those to either Israel or Ukraine or any of our allied nations. And I could only really think of 2 nations that would be willing to sell those. But yeah, I just wanted to go on to that just because, for a little background, I'm in the military, and I vehemently study rules of engagement, the acts and the law of war, and the Budapest Memorandum is, under all of that, of course. But yeah, no, I think that was the only other thing that I really wanted to talk to you about, just because I pretty much agree with you on what Israel is doing. So I don't know. I don't got anything else. Just wanted to talk to you about that. Sorry.
All right. I appreciate you, dude.
Yeah. Well, have a good one.
You too. Chat, tap the screen. If you enjoy these debates, give me a follow. Hello. User number? Okay. I want to read this. This is one thing that alludes to what he's talking about, but I don't know if it means that they're intentionally doing this and smuggling these weapons to these people. I'm going to read it out loud. Okay. This is a Newsweek article that says Israel worries U.S. weapons for Ukraine are ending up in Iran's hands. A high-ranking Israel Defense Forces commander was told Newsweek that Israel is concerned over the risks of weapons provided by the United States and other Western nations to Ukraine ending up in the hands of Israel's foes in the Middle East, including Iran. With experts, too, backing these worries, this situation could mark yet another chapter in a long legacy of U.S. arms shipments being diverted, empowering adversaries of both Israel and U.S. in another restive region, while the focus of the Western governments on the volatile conflict playing out in Eastern Europe. The Israel commander, who spoke on condition of anonymity due to the sensitivity of the topic, said the diversion of weapons such as Javelin shoulder-fire anti-tank missile system was being monitored from paramilitary forces operating both sides of the Russian-Ukraine war. The Israeli commander said pro-Russian formations were motivated to transfer captured U.S.-supplied weapons due to the close defense relationship between Moscow and Tehran. Oh, okay. Russia is snagging some of these weapons and selling to Iran. It's not because Ukraine is. Yeah, it's not because of that. Trinity keeps saying pickles. What's up? If the source is Israel, I don't trust it. I mean, if we can see it on satellite that they're doing this stuff, then it's hard to deny it. Yeah, it makes sense that Russia's selling our weapons. The guy that, by the way, Trump is good frenzies with, is doing this. Why am I not debating? We just did our last debate. I've been debating for 3.5 hours, y'all. Trinity, when are you going to stop antagonizing me from the comments and come up here and talk? Stop watching The View. I don't think I've ever watched The View. State Department officials are unaware of yet any credible evidence at this point of illicit diversion of U.S. donated advanced conventional weapons by Ukraine. According to, okay, so they're not even saying that Ukraine is doing this on purpose. It's Russia. This is Newsweek. Guys, you guys are brainwashed out of your minds. Should I just read Trump's Truth Social for my news? Is that where I need to go? And Ted Cruz. It makes sense to me that Russia would sell seized armaments. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I mean, doesn't mean we should stop funding Ukraine. It's crazy. I heard Playboy has some good articles. They do. They do. Maxim, great articles. Yeah, I don't know where Maxim. That just incubated to my brain there. Hello.
What's going on, Pickles? I'm a Harris supporter. I just wanted to come up real quick to say that the dude Joseph was out of his damn mind. Fox called Arizona for Biden in 2020 at 11:20 p.m. Eastern. It was 8:20 in Arizona, so he was close, but he's a dumbass. So they're often wrong. That's it, man. Have a good night.
Hey, thank you. Love that. Love them receipts. Give them all to me, baby. Give them all. Give me all them receipts, baby. We all love MJ. MJ seems dope. I sent that exact. Damn it, Chupacabra. I'm sorry, guys. Please read out loud. Fox News called it at 11:20 p.m. EST, 9:20 p.m. MST, 2 hours and 20 minutes after the polls closed in Arizona. Thank you, Georgia, for the $2. Guys, I'm such a bad fucking host. I'm so bad. I'm so sorry, guys. One of the reasons I'm able to maybe like focus on conversation is it's like I have to. I absolutely have to. So like if I even think about things like donations, sometimes I just lose track of mind and it's such a struggle. So I'm sorry if I don't mention something. I'm gonna go through my last a few donations, say thank you. Cindy, thank you for the $10. This war would have never happened if Biden was in office. So, and then Shannon with the $5. So the tariffs to make a bunch of money for United States or to promote United States manufacturing. It can't be both. Thank you, Shannon. That was 2 hours ago, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm so bad. Megan, thank you for the kick a while back. Says fake news, rowdy boot. Thank you. Let me read from Cash App. Elaine, thank you so much for the $10, Elaine. And Candy, thank you for the $5 for the Excedrin and Ganja Fund. Jennifer with the medicine money. Jennifer Caputo, thank you so much. And let's go to the PayPal. W chat for all the donations. I love y'all. Thank you. Colleen with the $10. Wellness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Adam, I'm losing brain cells, says Bumpkin. Adam paid for a kick earlier. I might have freaking missed it. Guys, my last paycheck from TikTok. Today's Wednesday. Guys, my paycheck from TikTok was $15. Let's fucking go, baby. Did I get your $20 on Cash App? Let me see. I did, to kick Jackass. Thank you so much for the $20, Lindsay. Don't spend it in one place. Yeah, I know. Might get a little haircut. Feeling cute. Oh, guys. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? I cut my own hair now too, guys. That was a joke for myself. Sue with the $100. Mental health. Sue, I love you. Thank you so much, Sue. Thank you so much for the $100. Sue, that flex was for you. I love you. Make Pickles Feel Bonita Fund. I'm feeling way bonita right now. Thank you all. How much did I make today? I don't share that. I don't share that. Enough to live in a goddamn basement. That's how much. Time for Dune and movie night? It could be. It could be. I hear we're going to Schwar. Guys, I took my my supplements and they always make me feel like I'm about to puke. Something's wrong with me. How to Train Your Dragon is Amazeballs. Is it in theaters only still? I did eat before I made them. It's the beta alanine tears your stomach up. Aaron Parnas, breaking news. I might take them at night. I might. I just don't. I'm the type of ADHD or ADD that I can't remember things. I take my medicine maybe every other day if I'm lucky. And I have this pill organizer, and I've lost one of the. Okay, guys, we're doing this right now. You're just going to be my accountability buddies. We need a new one now because I lost one. I want the exact same ones. These are bigger too. We want this one. There's a bottom and a top for 2 times a day. That's what we want. That's what we want right there. That's what we want. Those are tight. That's what we want. Yeah, I have to leave mine out for me to see all day, every day, or else I forget. All right, so we got that. And guys, do we have any suggestions for supplements that I should take? I got lion's mane. I got ginkgo biloba. I have 5-HTP. I have ashwagandha. L-theanine. Ginkgo biloba. I take fish oil. B50 complex. Don't take medical advice from TikTok. Come on now. Turmeric. I take turmeric. I take magnesium, but there's a certain magnesium that you need. I need, which one do I need? Glycinates. Thank you. You're coming home with me. Dandelion root? What does that do? Oh, the digested upset. Maybe. I do take a multi. I take a once a day mints. Apple cider vinegar. Done. The shots are the way to go. I would be so bad at remembering that. B12. I already have B12. I have ginger. TRT? Shut up, fight. Black bottle of ginkgo with fenugreek and lion's mane. I already have ginkgo and lion's mane. Wouldn't a multivitamin be easier? Sometimes the multivitamin doesn't have the the amount that you need. My regular I only take one medicine, and it's Effexor. Pre and probiotics. Why are we making potions? Mushroom coffee. I do take ashwagandha. Am I needing energy? Yeah, I sleep fucking 30 hours a day. NAC? What's NAC? $18,000 positive reviews. Jeez Louise. I love lion's mane is probably my favorite thing. Lion's mane is probably my favorite thing that I take. Have I checked my thyroid lately? No. I haven't been to the doctor in fucking ages. Vitamin Dill. Far beyond driven. Increase energy to burn with improved focus and positive mood. What's it got? I've never heard of any of this stuff. I'll take it. This is what it is. Right? It's awesome. Spazoid, I'm coming after you. If you're poisoning me, I'm coming for that ass. Trin. I need a vacation in Pina Colada. Guys, I'm in the mood to just no life my streaming for a while. That's what I'm feeling like. I'm a shut-in. I don't do shit. I want to wear pajamas. I don't want anyone to. I'm newly single again. I just want everyone to leave me alone, and I just want to stream and be fucking way awesome. I don't drink. I don't poke smut. I quit nicotine 6 months ago. I'm just ready to be fucking hormone maxing or pheromone maxing. No showering. Being a smelly political debater. Best student streamer NA. For sure, dude. You heard it here first, chat. Mini goats? I would love to hang out with some mini goats. I work out to an Oculus? Best workout ever? Do you really, Sue? You put on VR to work out? That's the coolest thing ever. Do I golf? I know. I suck at golfing. Boxing? That's pretty dope. I'm taking care of goats tonight. That's fun. That sounds so cool. Goats are so fun. Do I like any sports? I don't like any sports. I don't like any sports. Esports, maybe? That's about it. Are they kind of loud? That would be my only thing about goats. Play chess to calm your focus. Chess is too boring for me. Favorite esports org? I don't even have one of those. Pickles Hawaii Fun 2025. Guys, if you send me to Hawaii, I'll get your I'll get your face tattooed on my fucking neck. I would love to go Hawaii. Go outside, it's summer. Guys, I tan very well. I will get a tan this summer. I'll look real good too. I got you, Jason. You're right. It's been exactly 4 hours. We're still okay. We're still okay on time. And I appreciate you reminding me to do that. Careful what you say, Pickles. I travel for work and I have all the points. Am I in Digi? Part. Not to Hawaii, though. Can we see Pickles? She's kind of... She's right here. Pickles. 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 Hi, baby. Hi, Muffin Butt. She hates my guts, chat. I did buy carrots, guys. I'm doing it. I used to do a thing where if you guys send a big gift, I'll give Pickles a carrot as a treat. I need to have that somewhere pinned. I was stationed. Sharon, I didn't know you were a veteran. I totally missed the fact that you're a freaking veteran, Sharon. Did not know that. Sharon, did you know that I have watched you for like over a year? Oh, yeah. Am I still debating? We haven't had somebody come in the box. There's always like this, like, after 3 years, 3 hours, 4 hours, it just really winds down. Sometimes it just turns into this, like a hangout sesh. And I think that it's time for maybe like a dinner break and then a restart, and we get some more debates going. Oh my god, we have people in the box. What's up, girl?
I wish Trinity would stop ducking me. She's been ducking me since she stopped bothering Dan, and I really want her to stop ducking me.
Trinity, stop ducking her.
I don't even know if she's still in here.
You know what you did,
But
Trinity.
anyway, I'm eating ramen for the rest of the week because I bought a $20 chocolate bar at work.
Hey, that sounds like a move I'd make. Sounds like a move I'd make.
Period. It was a Dubai chocolate bar, and it was pretty good.
Oh, okay. They have the green Dubai chocolate?
Yeah.
All right, you're going to get me banned on YouTube for that music. I love
I know,
you.
I'm sorry. It's the PA system at work.
All right.
I'm trying.
Go on, get.
All right, bye.
Yeah, he did, Zira. That's like the 5th one today.
Dudes are weird.
Yeah. Yeah, even I hate that I'm bunched up with that crowd as a dude.
Who broke all of you? I'm very. Anyway, I just came up so that all the cool kids know that in addition to July 17th, which is going to be the day of good trouble, there's now also Women's March running a Freedom Weekend, July 4th. So I want to make sure people are aware of all the days that they can go out in the streets and protest. And maybe if more of us go to women's marches, less people like that will be around in the world.
You're probably right. I have a debt to society for some of those.
I don't. I wish I had answers to that, but I don't. Therapy, socialized medicine with mandated therapy for everyone who identifies as a man.
Agreed.
How are you, Pickles?
Love you, Martina.
All right. Well, for people who don't want to protest, you can go to nokings.org/next for other ways to get involved in activism. If you want to resist this shit, things like ICE out of our streets, things like don't go to war with Iran, things like don't cut everyone's healthcare and SNAP benefits with this big, ugly, disgusting, terrible, awful, bad bill, which they made worse in the Senate.
Oh.
Yeah. There's more cuts now, not less.
What the fuck are they doing?
Nothing good. Yes, dudes can attend women's marches, by the way. But that's all. Unless, do you need words of encouragement, Pickles?
Just words of affirmation. That'll
You're a
do.
delightful pickle on the internet.
Thank you.
All right, I can let you go because I think you said you're going to have dinner.
Yeah. All right.
Anything tasty?
I've been eating the same curry pre-made microwavable dinner every week, but it's delicious.
It sounds, I do that too. I definitely find something I like and then just become addicted to it.
Yeah.
Well, enjoy your dinner. I will yeet myself into oblivion so you can eat dinner.
All right. Thank you. Have a good night.
Bye.
I'll show y'all. Cafe Spice. These are about $8 on Amazon. These are so fucking good. It's absurd. They're so good. $8, 2.5 minutes in the microwave. Set it and forget it. Done. Oh, all right. Chicken and rice is bulking seasons, pickles, all the proteins. I eat Greek yogurt for breakfast, and then that's chicken and rice. Hello?
Hey, what's going on, man?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Well, hey, not fully a Trump supporter. No, not 100%. There is a reason that I joined the live. Can we debate about a little bit something different?
Like what?
Why the government as a total, Democrat, Republican, whatever it is always facing always giving you a lie, always going behind your back.
I mean, the government's just ran by us, the people, and people aren't inherently liars.
Do you truthfully feel like the government is ran by us though?
Yes.
In what way?
We elect our officials.
Yes, but by the bills that they pass and the things that they hide within the bills, making it sound great, but then also going behind and making awful
If they
deals.
do some of these bad things, we should be able to hold them accountable. And what I would say is it's more likely for these malignant, horrible people to stay in office because they tout things such as like pro-gun legislation or forced birth legislation, and you guys will like, or Republicans will, I guess, unconditionally vote them back into office because of those two pieces of politics. No matter how bad they are for the economy or how corrupt they are, those two things will earn your votes, and as well as them just touting that the fact that they're Christian.
Yeah, well, okay, so 100%, I do agree with you, but I will say that both sides are, not right, not wrong. They have great ideas, they have bad ideas, don't get me wrong. But it is overall, why is everybody fighting over this instead of coming together and fixing it for, making it a better situation for everybody on both sides? Instead
I
of
don't know.
fighting.
Yeah, as it has a lot to do with money and politics, like Dolly says. But I don't know. I feel like this is I'm not too worried about the overall fact that there's lobbyists and money in politics, as much as I am worried about the, I don't know, complete uselessness of one political party in our system.
Well, don't get me, like I said, I don't hate the Republicans, but I don't. They have good ideas sometimes financially. They could do okay, but they, as human rights, they are fucking deplorable. They are despicable.
I don't even
mean,
think they have any good like economic or fiscal policies. Can you like?
not recent Republican, but in the past, Republicans were known for that. I would say they we're talking way in the past, but it's the fact that everybody fights over the fact that one party's better than the other, like it's a sports team. But in reality, they're neglecting the fact that both parties have stompled on us, the people, and have ruined our morale and ruined what America is. America was at one point in time a fucking team, and now that's gone. It's out the window because now we're all fighting each other instead of fighting the bigger cause.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I don't know. This you would have to reach real far back in the past to find a Republican that was fiscally responsible.
Same goes for the Democrats. I mean, same goes. Don't get me wrong. Like I said, I'm not a Republican, but the Democrats are in the same boat to a certain extent. I mean, a lot of people point towards the fact that Trump has said stuff about illegal immigration, which I feel very strongly about. The fact that they're doing wrongful searches and they are despicable. I work at a job where there's a majority of legal immigrants, and they did a raid there, and it offended me because those people are just going there to work. Those people aren't selling drugs. Those people aren't fucking doing anything wrong. They're just trying to support a family and live a better life where they have good health care and otherwise. But if you look back on Biden's policies way back then, he, as Hillary Clinton and as well Obama, all spoke about the fact that we have to increase our immigration policies.
Mm-hmm.
And Obama's one of the people that, he literally he deported more people than any other president.
Mhm.
But the thing is that they were, you're going to make mistakes. You're going to have wrongful deportation in there a little bit, nowhere close to what Trump has, but it's still there. So can I ask you, how do you think we fix that? Immigration and the deportation.
I say we give them a means to come here legally, and
Mhm.
I mean even with Trump deporting people who are here and came here the legal way, he's deporting them too. He's reversing 230,000 people's legal status so that he can do so for God knows what.
And
So
like I said, I don't support that. I do
yeah,
not.
I don't know. I feel like we are the only side that, like, Biden came out with a bill that tried to give some people pathways to citizenship. Anytime we do this, the Republicans fearmonger and they say, "Oh, we're just trying to get people to vote, Democrat, et cetera, et cetera." So it's just this perpetual, ongoing thing until people see through the BS. We need to keep pushing for these things. Hopefully, we get a majority someday soon, and we can push some of these things through, so and maybe get more judges to help the adjudicating of people's asylum status or their immigration status, or we could put more liberal-leaning judges in the courts that determine how many people can get a work visa or legal status here each year. Yada yada yada. So
Yeah, no. My like I said, well, I don't know a way to put this where it's going to sound intelligent because I'm not very educated on politics to a certain extent. It's never interested me. It's never given me a thrive, because I feel like each year, no matter what, you get let down to a certain extent. So if it's a Democrat or it's a Republican, I feel like as recently I've been just let down time and time again. I'm only 27 years old, but financially it hits everybody pretty hard. What do you, I mean, do you ever think that you would vote for another party? A party that would, like Green Party, for instance?
maybe if we did something to do ranked choice voting and
Mhm.
change the nature of the way people get elected, and that was the actual viable option, yeah, sure, absolutely. I'm not just
Okay.
absolutely just loyal to one team for no reason. Um, but yeah, until that's an actual viable option, it's just not going to work.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that. It's not reality. Well, hey, man, that was about all my questions. I mean, that was about it.
Okay. All right,
I
man.
appreciate the conversation. You have a good night, man.
You too, bub. All right, we'll keep going. Yellow.
Hey, how are you?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am not, but I wanted to address what Tevin was saying below, if that's okay with you.
Go ahead.
So the immigration issue is something that nobody wants solved. Neither the Republicans or the Democrats. It's too hot button issue. It sells too much ad space. There have been things that the Democrats have done that have helped immigration, but we haven't had a functioning Congress since the 116th Congress. We've had just presidents who have to use the executive power and judges adjudicating from the bench to get some sort of functioning government operating. We have two parties that are just in complete and total lockdown. Nobody's interested in passing bills. Nobody's interested in the legislature. But one of the things that I want to talk about with him is I wish politics wasn't seen as something you're into, sort of like Pokemon. You have an obligation to be somewhat abreast of the political winds because especially if you're young, you're the one that has to live through it. And knowing how your government functions, first of all, is incredibly important. Knowing who your justices are, knowing who your local representative is, that goes a long way to understanding how your government works. And I understand our education system has failed in that department because that's what happens when football coaches teach history and civics. But staying abreast of the way the government works, I don't believe if we had a citizenship test passed throughout the country, I don't believe half the country would be able to pass it. Because I think there's been the way the perception is, it's again, it's not being into politics. So, but even local politics, all politics are local, and we get super excited when it comes to national elections, and we will rail and march and write our representatives when it comes to presidential elections, but you can't get people involved in local or statewide elections, and voters fall off during the midterms. So it's I mean we want to get upset at Donald Trump and so on and so forth in the Republican Party, but quite honestly, for the way things are in America, you really don't have to look too far, from the mirror to be upset about the way things are. And I don't think Donald Trump's the problem. I think Donald Trump is the symptom of the disease. The disease runs much deeper than just him.
I don't know. I think that's unfair. I think that's something people say a lot, and maybe there's some truth to it. But Donald Trump is a symptom to a disease he's helped spread. Like he is out there perpetuating things, doing every unethical thing to make sure that he is the person that people look to for these answers. So while yes, we can blame people not being involved in local politics, for having someone like Trump in office, or people not holding our legislators accountable for being spineless idiots with Donald Trump in office, sure. But like Donald Trump he got himself to where he was using very disgusting rhetoric, very bombastic rhetoric that has worked historically in other countries that in no way, shape, or form similar to us.
I think though, in that, I partially agree with that. I think the nation was primed for it, and I think, quite frankly, Barack Obama was an amazing president, but to sell liberalism, to sell the Democratic Party in the United States as a liberal opposition party anywhere other than the United States is a joke. It's not serious. We have two conservative parties. We just have one that's more conservative than Attila the Hun.
Again, I feel like that's just a thing people can say with a little bit of truth to it. But the Liberal Party is, we are the progressive
I think
party.
we have a liberal wing of the party, but I think the United States has always governed center. It's either been center left or center right, and we're just a centrist nation. It's in our geopolitical.
It's because of the way we have to. Yeah, that's the way we have to win elections. We do have to lean more centrist, and that tug of war has leaned right a few too many times in recent history.
That I will agree with. Justice Souter, I believe it was asked why he became liberal. He said, "I didn't. The court just went right."
Yeah.
And I think it left people behind. I used to be a Republican. I'm a Eisenhower conservative. But in today's world, that is liberal. So, I guess you're right to that extent. I wish people would just see your politics, local and on a national level, as more than just something that folks are into. It needs to be more than just that. And it needs to be more active than just national politics. Because you got shady characters on school boards. They're the ones out there banning books, and they're the ones that are guiding the education system. And that's scary shit. So, but anyway, I just wanted to hop on here, and I just hope that young man doesn't give up on it. He's only 27. It should just harder. I'm 44. And I feel like we've been in a non-stop election cycle since the election of Barack Obama. It's just been non-stop. And I hope things do get better. But thanks again.
Anytime.
All right. Bye-bye.
English Bull says, I'm conservative, but I enjoy listening to your podcast. I like to hear other opinions. Thanks, English. I'm gonna S my own D here a little bit and say we've had a few people that are conservative come up today and be respectful. And I like being able to have a channel where we foster that kind of stuff. Where we foster being able to be civil. I'm proud of that. I did call someone a bitch yesterday, guys. I'll tell him myself. But he was. It was hilarious. I heard and agreed. Oh my god. Sorry, y'all. Tiger got out of the cage. Tiger got out of the cage yesterday. Um. All right, y'all. Do we? I wish I could just change it to something where the algorithm doesn't weigh my. Oh my god, that person's in my chat right now. Lambert, are you here to apologize?
I am. Absolutely 100%. I do. I apologize for saying what I said to you. It was rude and I got out of character, and I really do apologize for that.
Hey, you know what? I appreciate that. And I want to apologize for saying the same thing. And my emotions got out of hand because I couldn't finish talking. So thank you
Yeah,
for
I
apologizing.
understand.
And I'm sorry for calling you a
Absolutely.
bitch.
I accept your apology, man. It was us, and that's what politics do, you know. It sucks, and I want to mention that, you know, the thing that I did like about Biden, I love the fact that they passed the PACT Act. As a disabled veteran, I was mostly grateful for that, and I'd actually like to tell you a little story behind that, if you don't mind.
Let's hear it.
So, I have this neighbor. She is a widow. Her husband was Agent Orange. He was the one that was the burn pits, and he had developed cancer. And so he fought it and fought it and fought it like crazy for the longest time. And whenever the he said that he's not going to rest until something gets done about that situation, right? And so he went and called his congressman, bugged the living crap out of him over it. You know, got other people to do it. And all these people came forward. And when Biden passed that, he said, my job is done. Now I can go peacefully. And he did.
I like that. That's
And
awesome.
the thing that does bother me is that majority of Republicans voted that down. And
I know.
that did piss me off.
And Jonathan Stewart had to stand
You
on the
know?
steps of the Capitol and call him out.
Yeah.
I
wasn't happy about that.
I also I have a brother who's a Marine, and he's a major he's had a major benefit from the PACT Act as well, and his life is like transformed because of it. He completely like different life financially now. Being in the Marines changed him into an entirely different person. He is not the same person that left when he was 18.
Yeah.
So I think he deserves every penny, and I think that's a huge W for Biden too.
Absolutely. Absolutely 100%. And I don't like this whole thing going on with Iran and that. I really don't. I don't like. I saw a clip where Ted Cruz was talking to Carlson Tucker, right? And and Ted Cruz couldn't even mention anything about Iran.
Yeah, the
And it made
population,
himself look
etc.
entirely stupid. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was so dumb. And if they're going to use that as a tactic, then I'll drop them all completely without a doubt. Without a doubt. Like that pisses me off. When you use really stupid excuses to create conflict in other countries, then I have a huge problem with that. I do. So, but I'm more of like a conservative side. I'm more like independent. I don't really go for like certain parties. I just try to go for the best common sense that I can think is right or wrong, and that's it. You know, I don't hate anybody. I don't dislike anybody. I respect Biden. I do. I respect him. You know, but that's all I got. I just wanted to apologize and let you know that story.
Lambert, thank you so much. I apologize again too, and you're welcome back. All right.
Thank you, sir. You have a great day.
You too. It was nice. The world's healing, chat. Flourishing we are. Guys, I don't know if I'm God, I have to talk myself into doing this for like I have to put like the mindset of I don't know, somebody who's just running. And at a certain point it's a mental game where it's like I got to keep going. Like if I go 1 more mile, if I go 5 more minutes or something, that's kind of how I feel when I do this every day. Being your own boss is weird. All right. I'm gonna get some food. Okay, you're right. Yeah, I should walk my dog. Chat, I'm gonna take a little break. We just hit 4 hours and 30 minutes. I'm gonna take a little break. I'll see you guys in, I don't know, 30 minutes, probably less. I'm gonna walk my dog. I'm gonna eat and make another carafe of coffee. And what game am I playing tonight? I don't know. Guys, the strangest thing happened last night. I didn't play Dune. Something's going on. For Health on YouTube says you're insufferable. I think you've been here for like an hour now. You've been here for an hour. Appreciate it. Chat, I love yous. Final Fantasy VII, I could do that. Dune's been crazy addicting. And read my message. You're right. Chat, I I love you. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Have a good 30 minutes without me. Okay, bye.